Thank you very much. This is April 6th, day 3 of the SCAN FEIS appeal. When we interrupted last night, we stopped during the testimony of appellant's witness, Gary Norris. We are picking up right there. I will just remind Mr. Norris, you are under oath to tell the truth, and then I will ask Mr. Seidels to please go ahead.
Right. Thank you, Madam Examiner. So where we left off, we had 8 issues related to traffic. We had done the first 5 of them, which were traffic counts, traffic forecasts, pedestrians, bicycles in transit, safety impacts, and the local bridges. We were just about to start with traffic issue number 6, which is impacts to the regional transportation system. Mr. Norris, are you ready to testify about that issue?
Yes, I am.
Okay. In your review of the draft EIS, did you identify any impacts to the regional transportation system?
Yes, I did.
What were those impacts?
Well, first off, the DEIS identified significant traffic impacts to other regional facilities, intersections in the area. For example, allocates 20% of the project generated traffic to the northwest of the site, yet there is no level of service evaluation within the DEIS of any intersection on SR 202 or SR 203.
Let me pause you right there. So are SR 202 and 203, are those intersections to the northwest of the site?
That is correct.
And did I understand you correctly that 202 and 203 will be receiving traffic from this site?
According to the DEIS, it's estimated 20% of the site generated traffic will be directed that way.
Okay. And does the DEIS evaluate existing traffic conditions on those 2 roads?
No, it does not.
What is the significance of that omission?
Well, we have a major impact of the site being pushed onto those roadways and intersections without any understanding of the impact of that traffic on those intersections.
Is it possible that the impact on those intersections could be significant?
It's possible, yes.
Is that something that the city should have looked at in this EIS?
In my understanding, yes, they should have.
Why is it bad for them not to have looked at that?
Because they would not understand the impact of the project on the regional transportation network.
Okay. Other than the impacts to SR 202 and 203 to the northwest of the project, what other impacts to regional transportation system have you identified?
The DIS fails to discuss the potential for traffic diversion through the valley. Currently, congestion at the I-90 SR18 interchange forces traffic to divert to other routes for access to I-90, including exit 22 in the Preston Falls City and exit 27 in the Snoqualmie North Bend and exit 31 in North Bend. The analysis should identify the potential for traffic to divert to alternative routes as a result of this congestion that exists.
What is the significance of those roads or intersections that you just named?
They're all major interchanges with I-90.
And will traffic from this project be diverted onto those interchanges?
It's possible, yes.
What is your basis for saying that?
The congestion at the I-90 SR18 interchange would force traffic to use other routes, which they are today.
And will this project increase the amount of traffic that has to use these alternative routes?
Yes, it will.
And can you say those exits again that you think will be affected?
The I-90, well, SR18 interchange is the main access onto Snoqualmie Parkway, which is currently congested. So exit 22 on I-90, which is the Preston Falls City exit, exit 27, which is the Snoqualmie North Bend exit, and exit 31, which is the North Bend exit from I-90.
What, if any, analysis did the EIS provide about those 3 exits?
It didn't provide any.
Were they mentioned at all?
No.
All right. What other impacts to the regional transportation system did you identify?
The DEIS failed to recognize the failing condition of the regional roadway network serving the site. For example, this has since been corrected, but the southbound lane on SR 203 north of Carnation had completely failed. The roadway had fallen away and was limited to one lane with signal control at the time. As I said, that has subsequently been repaired, but I think that's a common occurrence in the valley with the flooding that occurs, that these roadways experience failure and also impacts from flooding that allow them so they're unusable at certain times of the year.
But the unusability of these local roadways is not due to the project, is it?
No, it's not. The point of the matter is, though, is that these roadways wouldn't be available to serve project traffic because of these other prevailing conditions that exist.
What would be the result of that scenario?
The traffic would be forced to go somewhere else, use other routes, or possibly they would not be able to access the site.
And if traffic from or to the project was diverted onto alternative routes due to a road closure, what would be the significance of that?
Create congestion at isolated locations which are not designed to accommodate that traffic.
And what analysis did the EIS provide about diversions of this type?
They provided no analysis of that at all.
Did the EIS, did it even occur to the drafters of the EIS that some of the regional roads might be closed periodically due to flooding?
Again, I was seeing Mr. Sturbank is probably going to show up and say that's a speculation, which I would concur with him on that. So,
all right. Is there any evidence in the EIS?
Were you going to make an objection, Mr. Sturbank?
In light of the witness's testimony, I didn't need to. So thank you, Mr. Norris, for
You're
correctly
welcome.
anticipating that.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Is there any evidence in the EIS that the reviewers of the EIS considered this flooding scenario?
No.
When you say that, oh, was that your point?
There's not any evidence that they consider. They really didn't consider anything beyond the limits of the city of Snoqualmie.
Okay. And you mentioned that the southbound 203 lane failure has since been repaired. What's your basis for thinking that other similar failures are likely to occur in the future?
Because they've occurred in the past. And I think the significance of that, it took the county over, or a state, I guess, because of the state highway, took them over 1.5 years to fix that roadway. So it was out of commission for a considerable amount of time, which I guess is reflective of the state's ability to repair roads in this area, which would again reflect back on the suitability of the roadway network to serve the site.
Okay. What other impacts to the regional transportation system did you identify in your review of this project?
Okay, for example, the DEIS did suggest there were issues at the SR 18 I-90 interchange that presents an acceptable level of service in the AM and PM peak at this intersection, with the exception of the LOSF during the AM peak at the I-90 westbound ramps.
Wait. So if I'm understanding you correctly, the EIS acknowledges that there's an LOS level F at the I-90 ramp. It admits this fact, right?
They admit that for the westbound ramps.
Okay.
The basis of that conclusion on their part would suggest they haven't been to that interchange and observed what's going on, because in the PM peak period, there's approximately a 2 to 3 mile backup for eastbound I-90 waiting to get off at the SR 18 interchange.
How do you know that, Mr. Norris?
As a frequent traveler of I-90 in this area and a local resident, I've experienced it. Not only that, a couple of years ago, there was a major fatality crash on I-90 in that lane because of the presence of vehicles backed up that lane onto the freeway that were traveling 10 to 15 miles an hour in an area where the freeway speeds are 70 to 80. So it resulted in a major crash there at that location. So this is something that really needs to be identified. And I recognize that the state has recently acknowledged funding for that in their transportation package for this year. But we've gone through this before with the construction of this interchange, where we had anticipation many years ago that this interchange would be reconstructed, and has not yet to have been done to date. So I think the EIS needs to recognize that this is a major impact, and until it's resolved, that it really can't accept additional traffic, which is being proposed in this development.
Well, the EIS has already acknowledged that this interchange has a level of service of F. What further analysis would they even need to do to fully capture the impacts?
Well, they identified a level service F for the westbound on-ramp. There is also a level service F for the eastbound off-ramp that was not acknowledged in the analysis.
And is that level of service F on the eastbound off-ramp the 2 to 3 mile queue that you just referred to?
It is.
Okay. All right. Other than the failure to analyze the level of service to the northwest of the site on SR 202 and 203, and the failure to analyze the possibility of traffic diversion due to road closures and floodings, and now the failure to recognize the LOSF on the I-90 off-ramp, what other impacts to the regional transportation system did the EIS fail to capture?
There's a situation that's occurring throughout the I-90 corridor where the truck traffic is parked on the off-ramps all along the corridor from, I'd say, from High Point interchange, which I believe is exit 20, all the way beyond North Bend, where these trucks are camped out on the interchange. And because this has a warehousing capability, it's expected that there'll be truck traffic, and they've acknowledged it in their trip generation analysis. There is going to be truck traffic. How is the truck traffic that wants to access this site going to be accommodated in off hours?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Norris. How will the truck traffic be accommodated during off hours?
Well, I would expect that the DEIS should address that issue and make provisions on the site to store these trucks so they're not parked out on the freeway interchange.
Has the EIS made such provisions?
No, they have not.
Is there any evidence in the EIS that this issue was considered at all?
No, it was not. In fact, when it was mentioned in the FEIS, it just totally disregarded the issue.
Okay. Let's move on to the issue of road conditions. Here I would
we've
like
got another one there under regional system, transit service, and we talked a little bit about that before. The DIS fails to identify existing transit ridership and capacity of the existing routes to address additional transit ridership. It fails to identify potential site-generated transit ridership. Fails to identify potential transit service to the site, and it identifies an existing park and ride lot, but also fails to document existing demand and available capacity of that park and ride lot. And the DEIS fails to document potential park and ride use by the PCI development. So,
all right. I think that's similar to the testimony that you gave on issue number 4, pedestrians, bicycles, and transit analysis. would you agree that the testimony you just gave is appropriate to that issue?
It is appropriate to that issue. This is looking at it more as a regional transportation issue in that regard. So these are aspects that should be considered.
Okay. Shall we talk about road conditions now?
Yes.
All right. Let me call up photographs here. Got it. Coming up. Oops. So frustrating how Zoom does this. All right. So what I was hoping to do was show some photographs from your comment. I hope they're on the screen now.
They are.
Okay.
Mr. Settles, could you please remind us where this is in the record?
Yeah, so these are Mr. Norris's comments on the draft EIS. They're in the Appendix A of the final EIS, starting at PDF page 310. They were also attached to the notice of appeal, as Mr. Cartman reminds us.
Thank you.
So I don't know that we need to go. No. Why don't you tell us what we're looking at with these pictures here, Mr. Norris? Why did you take these photographs?
The point of the matter is the DIS identified these regional roadways as being serving the site, including SR 202, Railroad Avenue, SR 203, Southeast Rennig Road, Meadowbrook Way, Southeast and 428th Avenue Southeast. The picture that you're looking at there on the right is a picture of Rennig Road east of the site. And this experiences on a regular basis water over the roadway, as documented by the warning sign. You can see the sign down there in the lower left-hand corner, or right there. I don't know. And so it's acknowledged in the field that does occur. These roadways do not meet current road standards. The roads have relatively high speed limits with fixed objects immediately adjacent to the travel way, as you can see with the trees that are within a couple feet of the edge of the roadway, the traveled way, with a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. The roadways are not designed.
But none of this is the fault of the project, is it?
No, we're not identifying it as a fault of the project, but the project is expecting that their traffic will be using these roadways.
Well,
so these roadways fail to meet the standards for safe roadways today, and we're going to add considerable amount of traffic to them, which is going to further exacerbate the deficient conditions. So I believe because of that, they should be considered and addressed about how the applicant proposes to address these conditions.
What will be the effects of adding additional traffic onto a road that is sometimes covered by water, experiences failing pavement, and lacks adequate shoulders?
Well, the water over the roadway is going to preempt traffic from using these roads at different times, which will force them on to other roads, which will further impact the critical intersections that we've identified before as being deficient. The width of the road and the high speed has a potential of adding to the crash potential. With higher speeds and more traffic, we'd expect that. And then in regards to the active transportation needs, as which we talked about back in the issue with bicycle and pedestrians, there's no place really for bicycles to ride along this route where they're not in direct conflict with traffic. And again, if this area is being used as a recreational area, we anticipate a significant amount of bike traffic and pedestrians that will be using these roadways.
Is there any discussion of these problems in the EIS?
No.
What is the significance of omitting a discussion of these problems?
Well, it's failure to recognize and deprives the city of the information that is necessary to make an informed decision about the impact of the development on the road network.
All right. There's 2 more pages of photos. I'll take us to the second page here. Are these photographs here illustrating any point that you have not yet already addressed?
The photo on the left there on the top is the weight limit sign that's posted on the roadway, which limits the loads that are able to be used. And these are posted to protect the pavement. So it's a recognition is that the pavement is not in an adequate condition that it can accept these loadings that are going to be anticipated to occur with the proposed development. The other picture shows a bicycle on the road with really they're forced to travel on the road as there's no shoulders or protection for them along there.
Okay.
We
And
already spoke about the SR 203 conditions, so that's a picture of what was going on there, where the roadway was reduced to 1 lane southbound, and then was controlled by signal for, or excuse me, what it was reduced to 1 lane northbound and controlled by signal for southbound traffic.
that condition persisted for, I think you said, 1.5 years.
Yes.
And tell me about the rest of this road. Is there any reason to think that it won't happen again elsewhere on this road?
No, the county has suffered from roadway failures consistently along the roadway network that's identified in this DEIS.
Okay. Our last picture here, this is page 12 of your comment. What is this depicting?
This is a depiction of what was happening on SR 203, where the lane was closed. You can see where the pavement is separated from there. So there is a crack in the pavement where the pavement on the west side was falling away from the roadway.
Is this typical of the deficient pavement that you would expect along these roads?
I don't understand that question. I mean, I wouldn't expect
I'll
any
rephrase the question that
deficiencies.
it's unclear. You mentioned earlier that there were some weaknesses in the pavement here. I'm going back 1 page. And for that reason, they had to post weight limits on vehicles, right?
Correct.
And now here's a picture of some failed pavement. Would excessively heavy vehicles lead to this type of failure?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're ready to move on to our last traffic issue here. This is traffic issue number 8, construction impacts. What traffic impacts related to construction did you identify?
Let's see. The DEIS failed to discuss construction impacts at all. In the FEIS, they indicated that at some future date that they would prepare a construction management plan. But I don't believe that's adequate for the EIS process, that they need to be able to identify, analyze, and mitigate the impacts of construction activity on the study area, roadways, and intersections. We find that a lot of times the construction traffic from a development exceeds the actual development traffic under full occupancy. So the loadings of the heavy vehicles, the impact on the intersections should be addressed in the EIS or FEIS so that the city is aware of what those impacts are, and that appropriate mitigation measures can be employed to make sure that the applicant provides a plan that is adequate to address the needs. For
Mr.
example,
Norris, let me pause you there just for a second. You said a moment ago that the DEIS didn't address this at all. The FEIS promised to have a future plan. I'd like to call up a screenshot from the FEIS to make sure that we're all understanding the same thing here. So this is FEIS page 3-98. I'm highlighting text here that says 3.11.8 construction impacts. Does everybody see that? Mr. Norris, do you see that? Okay, all right. So here's response. So this is everything below this response is now the city talking. We go down to the next page, 3-99. Here, the first paragraph that says a construction management plan would be developed and implemented to mitigate potential impacts on the local street system prior to beginning construction of each planning area. Mr. Norris, is that comment that I've highlighted in the final EIS, is that your basis for your testimony that the final EIS promised to come up with a plan later?
Yes, it is.
And has that construction management plan been added to the EIS or otherwise placed in the record anywhere?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
What is the significance of failing to present a construction management plan now at this stage?
Well, it takes away from the ability to understand the impacts of the construction of this project. It limits the city's ability to place requirements on the applicant to mitigate certain conditions that might occur during that construction period. For example, the impact of loadings on the road. These trucks that they're using weigh approximately 105,000 pounds, and it's equivalent to about 9,600 passenger vehicles in terms of the weight impact. That's going to have a significant impact on these roadways serving the site. And you can view today the condition of Snoqualmie Parkway, which is already starting to show signs of fatigue and wear and tear that are going to be dramatically impacted by this kind of loading. So I think the opportunity to really address the construction impacts is significantly limited by waiting to such a point in time that the applicant is looking for permits to construct. So I think the presentation and discussion of this information at this point in time gives the appropriate review time and appropriate opportunity to establish mitigation measures to address that impact. So I think it's important to identify that at this point in time.
All right. Are there any other construction-related impacts or mitigation measures that the EIS failed to consider?
Well, they basically just failed to consider it at all. So, yeah.
Okay. With that, I think we have run through my 8 issues. I just want to circle back to something that we had said earlier yesterday in your testimony. All of these comments that you've been giving us were all related to the draft EIS, correct?
Correct.
Did the final EIS supply any of the missing analysis or data or mitigation measures or alternatives?
No, it did not.
Did you see anything in the final EIS that would change your conclusions about the draft EIS?
No. In fact, my impression of the final, it was just a bunch of excuses of why they didn't do what we were asking them to do, rather than really trying to address each issue.
Did you find any of the excuses persuasive?
No, I did not.
I'd like to explore just one of these excuses before we close. This is related to traffic forecasts, which I've been calling traffic issue number 2. Let me call this up real quick. This will be from page 3-93 of the final EIS. Okay. So in your testimony yesterday about traffic forecasts, one of the issues that you identified was the use of the one of the issues that you identified was the discounting that the EIS applied for internal captures and pass-by trips. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Here on page 3-93 of the FEIS, the section that I've highlighted, and I'm going up to the top of 3-93, is the city's response. Here under the section traffic forecasts, this is the second to last paragraph. I've highlighted the first sentence saying Fair and Peers used a proprietary analysis tool. Have you read this response to your traffic forecast comment?
Yeah, yes, I have.
What are they talking about here with this proprietary analysis tool, MXD Plus? What is this proprietary analysis tool?
This is a tool that they, Fair and Peers had developed for an EPA analysis that they had done. And they essentially used that tool to confirm what they're saying was 10W's internal trip capture estimate as reasonable to use for the EIS. They make this claim, but there is no documentation to show what the MXD Plus model came up with and how it confirmed 10W's internal trip capture. 10W simply used the ITE process, the NCHR report that provided a background for estimating internal trip captures. So Fair and Peers took their proprietary model, which I didn't find anywhere that it had any kind of a peer review to confirm that the model was accurate or offered a value, and they just used it to say that they confirmed 10W's analysis. So no basis for that, no substantiation. So I didn't find that that was a valuable statement.
Down here in the last paragraph of 3-93, the final EIS authors seem to be saying that the proprietary MXD Plus model is actually more accurate than the Puget Sound Regional Council model. Have I correctly summarized this paragraph?
Yeah, I believe so, but you can see for yourself right in your first sentence of the MXD was developed from sites across the country and validated using independent sites, whereas the PSRC model was developed from data in the Puget Sound region specifically and more in depth than what was developed for the MXD Plus model. So that is a question. Why didn't they just use the PSRC model rather than the than this MXD model that they have noted but have failed to document how it validates 10W's gross estimation using the ITE process that was established.
Well, hold on. They specifically say here that the PSRC model is not accurate when applied without calibration. What are they talking about, and do you agree?
I agree, and the the pertinent statements there applied without calibration. Of course, the model has to be calibrated to its local analysis, but where's the calibration in the NMXD model that represents the Snoqualmie Valley? See,
Would it be possible, Mr. Norris, to use the PSRC model and to calibrate it for this site?
Yes, it would. And in fact, in actuality, the DIS actually did use initially the PSRC model. And so I'm not sure why they backed away from it if they didn't like the results. And without getting in trouble with speculation again, they used the gross numbers for pass-by trips and internal capture trips, which were unbelievable numbers. And I walked through that with you yesterday in regards to pass-by trips. And when the PSRC model already addresses that internally to the model, they wouldn't have had to use these gross rates that were suggested by this ITE process that has no bearing in reality to what's going on in the Snoqualmie Valley.
Okay, thank you. I think I have no further questions, Mr. Norris.
Can I add one more thing in there that we didn't talk about that I want to make sure is emphasized here as well, because I think it's significant in the final discussion, and that's in regards to funding.
Okay.
So the DEIS speaks in general terms about required funding for necessary projects. I believe that they should give more specificity to who's going to fund and pay for these projects. If an infrastructure improvement is necessary to provide an acceptable level of service in the small Snoqualmie Mill site development horizon, then funding should be committed and secured prior to permitting the development. If public funds are unavailable, the developer should bond for the cost of the improvements prior to permitting the development. So I think there needs to be a discussion about how these projects are going to be funded that they've identified as being significant and required to meet the level of service standards for the project.
Thank you, Mr. Norris. Before I turn you over to the tender mercies of Mr. Sturbank and Mr. Cartman, just kind of to orient the examiner a little bit, I'll describe the sequence of exhibits here, and you tell me if I've gotten it right. So this starts off with the DEIS, and then there's your comments to the DEIS. Those comments are the ones that are attached to the notice of appeal and also appear in Appendix A, beginning at PDF page 310. Then there's the final EIS itself. The final EIS contains a response to your comments beginning at page 3-91 of the final EIS. And then the last word would be Appellant's Exhibit 44. This is your response to the response in the final EIS. Have I correctly summarized all of that stuff?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And in your comments on the DEIS, and again, that's in Appendix A of the final EIS, PDF page 310, and in Exhibit 44, will the hearing examiner find essentially a bulleted summary of the testimony that you've just given?
Basically, yes.
Okay. All right. With that, I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. And yesterday we already had you offer those exhibits and they have all been admitted. So let's go directly to cross-exam, and we will start with applicant counsel, Mr. Cartman.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Norris.
Good morning, Mr. Cartman. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good.
Great. I'm just getting my notes oriented. Okay. So you described that you have conducted a number of traffic analyses similar to this analysis over the course of your career.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. And let's see, Mr. Seidels was saying right at the end that your comments on the DEIS could essentially serve as a bulleted summary of your direct testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You also submitted a comment letter on the FEIS, which is Exhibit 44. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were all of the points in your DEIS comment letter included in your FEIS comment letter?
Were all my comments in the DEIS included in my FEIS?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Okay. So I will take the plunge and begin sharing my screen, which hopefully I will do correctly.
We can
Okay,
see.
so yep, you can see, and that's just the screen with the phrase "additional traffic on bridges." Is that correct?
It is.
Correct.
Okay, and Mr. Norris, this is the version of your DEIS comment letter that's attached to the notice of appeal, and so we're on page 45 in the PDF. So the additional traffic on bridges, and it's correct. Is it correct that this includes various points that you spoke to about the Railroad Avenue Bridge and the Meadowbrook Bridge?
Yes, that's correct.
And then just switching over to Exhibit 44 on page 3, where the section heading additional traffic on bridges, does this statement include all of the comments on bridges that were in your DEIS comment letter?
Yes,
So the statement that planning areas 2 and 3 should not be allowed to proceed until a new 4-lane bridge is constructed at SR 202/Railroad Avenue. Does that, my question is just, does that reference, for example, the Meadowbrook Bridge?
no, that's the Railroad Avenue Bridge.
Right, and so your comments about the Meadowbrook Bridge that were in your original comment letter were not repeated in your second comment letter, is that correct?
Correct.
And why not?
They'd already been stated and there was no need to restate them, I didn't believe, so.
I see. So you testified regarding traffic counts. Your testimony was that the traffic counts used for this traffic analysis were too old. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you said that the standard you believe should be used is that traffic counts should never be used that are older than 1 year.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
In the traffic analyses that you have conducted, have you ever relied on traffic counts that are older than 1 year?
No, I've not.
Never in your career.
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Regarding you testified regarding the peak hour. Your testimony was that you believe that the city of Snoqualmie peak hour traffic volumes could fall outside of the 7 to 9 a.m. or 4 to 6 p.m. Windows that were used for the traffic analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have traffic count data that would confirm your testimony that there are intersections in the EIS study area that have a peak hour that falls outside of those times?
No, because the counts were only done during those times. So it was, although looking at it just analytically, that you could see that the peak in the traffic could potentially be outside those time periods, because the peak hour were recognizing that the volumes were high at the beginning of the analysis period and tapering off as you move further into, like, for instance, the AM period. The volumes were high at 7 o'clock, and then we're reducing through that peak hour. So it suggests, or you have really no confirmation that the period between 6:45 and 7 might not be even higher yet, or 6:30 to 6. So there's no documentation. That's why I was suggesting that the applicant should have done a 24-hour count to see what exactly are the peak periods in the corridors.
Right. Because your testimony is it's possible that those peak hours could be earlier.
Yes.
Thank you. You talked about on the issue of trip generation. You said that you had conducted your own analysis of trips on Mill Pond Road. Is that correct? When you were talking about the question of pass-by trips?
I used the DEIS traffic counts that at that intersection at the roundabout to determine what the volumes were as suggested in the DEIS on Mill Pond Road, and that's where that number came from.
Got it. And that was the source of what you were describing as daily 1,000 trips on Mill Pond Road?
Well, the peak hours was 110, and the normal conversion factor is about, the peak hour represents 10% of the daily traffic. So I just did a quick analysis to compare it to what was being used for the pass-by trips.
Got it. And in your discussion of pass-by trips, is it your testimony that a trip can only be a pass-by trip if it is a trip on Mill Pond Road?
That's correct. The definition of a pass-by trip is a trip that is on the roadway adjacent to the site. So it's traffic that is passing by the site currently, and the particular case I used was the Safeway store analogy, where somebody wanted to go in and get some milk or something on their way home. They were already on Mill Pond Road and turn off there to go into the Safeway site to buy their milk. There are other types of trips not represented by pass-by, which are called, well, I don't want to get into it too deeply because it might confuse everybody, but it's diverted link trips that are considered too, but that was not what was represented by the DEIS.
Thank you. And have you done a quantitative analysis of what you would say is a proper calculation of pass-by trips for this project?
No, I have not.
You also discussed internal trip capture. Have you done an independent analysis of what you believe would be a proper calculation of trip capture for this project?
No, I have not. The thing that I pointed out with internal trip capture was the idea that they were applying the internal trip capture to the shopping center trip generation, whereas the shopping center represents those various uses that they defined were going to occur in that retail shopping category that they were applying the internal trip capture to. So it was really a double counting of the internal trip capture by the analysis that they used.
You talked about the population growth in the city of Snoqualmie. You said that was 3.4%. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And was it your testimony that essentially the growth in traffic should have been calculated as the same as the population growth?
Traditionally, that's the way it is, yes.
Thank you. You talked about how trip generation could be affected by the summer months. Have you done a quantitative analysis of how the proposed uses for this project would be different during the summer months?
Well, I think the aspect to consider is that the comment was speaking to the background traffic volumes that were on the roadway itself. And so whatever you're adding to the site would add to that peak traffic condition, not a low volume traffic condition that was being experienced in January and February. Now, there was no analysis done of what the site would generate during a seasonal high and representing the recreational potential for the site. There was no analysis that was done of that in the EIS, which is probably something that should be done, is to look at what is the seasonal variation of traffic on the site, because all the ITE number gives you as an average weekday condition. And I guess they did do a Saturday analysis too, but nothing to speak to a seasonal variation that might occur on the site.
Thank you. Did you provide information about how that seasonal information, the seasonal variation that you're talking about would affect the level of service at the intersections in the project study area?
Well, if you increase the traffic by 26%, you don't have to do any analysis to determine that there would be a significant impact at those impacted intersections.
I see. So your testimony is that the level of service at those intersections would change?
Yes.
And that's, to be clear, that's not based on a calculation that you've done?
I didn't have to do a calculation to determine that. I mean, you add 26% of the traffic, you're going to change the level of service. And
yeah,
just
and
a
the
mathematical quick.
Right, and the 26% figure you're talking about, that is as indicated. It was at, I think, page 3 of your DEIS comment letter. Is from a WashDOT traffic count at the State Route 18 at I-90. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that traffic count was taken in 2016.
Correct.
But it's still okay to rely on that now?
Well, I mean, you go out and do the count again. It's a count station, so there should be other data that reflects that. But
I see. And your testimony is that shows that traffic at all of the intersections in the study area is 26% higher in the summer than in the winter?
It shows that the traffic volumes on the summer are 26% higher in this area of SR 18. But the point of the matter is that the DEIS did no analysis of summer traffic volume conditions or any representation that the traffic volumes could be higher than what they were in January and February. So
okay, is SR 18 in the project study area?
Yes, it is. In fact, the city of Snoqualmie just turned Snoqualmie Parkway, they designated a state highway SR 18 now.
Is SR 18 south of I-90 in the project study area?
No.
Madam Examiner, I'd like to object and move to strike lack of foundation on the previous testimony, and it's factually inaccurate. We can address it on cross, but
yeah, we'll do that. For the record, objection noted.
Thank you. So just to make sure I understand, you are using the the 26% figure, which is a comparison of summer traffic volumes at SR 18, I believe just south of I-90, and extrapolating from that, Mr. Norris, to all of the intersections in the project study area?
No, Mr. Cartman, I don't believe that's what I said. I think the point of the matter is the analysis failed to address the worst case scenario for traffic volumes on the Snoqualmie streets. If they have, and I wasn't hired to do the DEIS, but the people who were should have considered what the volumes were at other times of the year and not just take it from a January, February time, which is known historically to be a low volume period. So it's just pointing out the significant difference in what could potentially be the case here, which has not been analyzed. And that's really the point of the discussion, is that this has not been analyzed.
Thank you. Just to clarify your testimony a moment ago that all the intersections in the project study area would be affected by a 26% difference in traffic. That was based on the WSDOT count at that SR 18 milepost, right?
They have the potential to be impacted by that, yes.
Thank you. The WSDOT traffic count data that was comparing, that we're talking about, was that peak hour data or daily traffic count data?
That was daily count data.
And did you review how peak hour traffic at that location differed, if at all, between the winter and the summer?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
But the peak hour is generally 10% of the daily as a rule of thumb. So they probably represent the same relative difference.
Okay, but you haven't confirmed that, correct?
I haven't confirmed that.
Thanks. You talked about pipeline projects. What's the definition of a pipeline project?
Pipeline project is a project that is applied for a permit prior to the application that you're reviewing, so that it is anticipated that the traffic impacts of a pipeline project are not represented in the background condition that is generated from the traffic counts that were done. But at the time the development occurs, those trips will already be on the network. So the impact of the development is added to the impact of what other project traffic has been added to the network. So that's reviewing what would be actually anticipated on the roadway network at the time the development occurs.
Thank you. And from where are you drawing that definition?
From the formulation and the policy for writing traffic impact analysis. That's a fundamental element of that.
From the formulation of the policy?
The policy for traffic impact analysis includes pipeline projects.
Which policy is that?
I don't have it off the top of my head. This is historic. This has been going on for 50 years. So for me to cite which policy I'm referring to, this is common practice for traffic impact analysis.
Okay. So we're not talking about a specific city of Snoqualmie policy?
I'm not aware, as like the hearing examiner stated in her case, the city has no policies for hearing examiners. They don't have any policies for traffic impact analysis that I'm aware of either.
Thank you. Am I correct that neither of your comment letters identified a specific pipeline project that was not included in the traffic analysis that you believe should have been included?
No, I didn't pursue that. It's just a note that was not included. And the FEIS comment response said the city did not give them any pipeline projects. So.
Okay. I will just quickly share my screen again. And all right, are you seeing my screen?
We are.
Yes.
Can you enlarge the size of the text just by hitting
Yeah.
that plus? Yeah, thank you.
Certainly. Yep. So we are in the FEIS PDF page 204. I will not read of every word of the sentence I've just highlighted in the section pipeline development project, but Mr. Norris, do you see that it says the pipeline projects were included the Salish Lodge expansion, local hotel and retail complex, and affordable housing development?
Yes, I see that.
Would that change your opinion of whether the traffic analysis considered pipeline project?
I think that was modified by the statement above where this says Fear and Peers work with the city to identify growth by TIZ, which included approved pipeline projects such as expansion of the Salish Lodge, which was subsequently withdrawn. The pipeline projects did not include growth associated with individual projects that were not yet approved. But that's exactly what a pipeline project is. It's projects that are not approved yet, but are in the pipeline prior to this applicant. So that confirms my statement. They did not include those projects.
Are pipeline projects also projects that have been approved?
To the extent that they have not been represented in the trip generation discussion, yes.
I'm sorry, I don't think I asked a clear question. Would you agree that the Salish Lodge expansion, for example, is a pipeline project as stated in this paragraph?
I'm not aware of where the Salish Lodge expansion is in the process of the development, but it says that they weren't. The point that was being made that they did not include projects that weren't approved, which is part of a pipeline project. They should be projects that aren't approved, that are in the pipeline, that are in the approval process, that had applications submitted prior to this application.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's all on that issue. Thank you. Talking about pedestrian and bike impacts, you testified that the project should have performed an analysis of those trips. Have you performed that analysis?
Yes, I have.
You have performed an analysis of the pedestrian and bike trips generated by this project?
Oh, not by this project, no.
Sorry, that was unclear of me. Yep.
Well, I mean, you're making the assumption that I was hired to do the traffic analysis for this development. I was not. All I'm doing is reviewing this development to see where it did not conduct what is normally accepted as a traffic impact analysis for a development.
Thank you for that clarification, and I'm sorry my question was unclear. So because you were not hired to do that, you have not identified an inaccuracy. You're not pointing to a specific inaccuracy that you're saying exists in the pedestrian and bike data here. You're saying they should have looked at it differently?
They should have looked at it, period. They failed to look at it at all. So, I mean, there was some comments, general comments about it, but there was no analysis to document what kind of volumes might be anticipated in either of those categories.
Thank you. You testified yesterday on this issue that pedestrian traffic numbers would help support the applicant's request to modify sidewalk for the project. Is that correct?
Well, I found it curious that the analysis failed to document the volumes of pedestrian traffic being generated by the project. But on the other hand, we're asking the city to give them a variation to the city standards for sidewalk widths because they're anticipating extensive pedestrian volumes. So if they're anticipating extensive pedestrian volumes, they should have some understanding of what those volumes are and what the travel patterns of the pedestrians will be so that they can make sure adequate facilities are provided to accommodate them.
Adequate facilities such as wider sidewalks?
Such as wider sidewalks, pedestrian pathways and trails, walkways, all that. I mean, this analysis is an autocentric analysis which dates back about 20 or 30 years. Today, in our traffic impact analysis, we're looking at a broader range of transportation alternatives that are not included in this analysis. So that's kind of the fundamental element of my comment. And if the city has a stated policy that they're not going to accommodate pedestrians or they don't want to see increased pedestrian traffic or bicycle traffic, then that's fine. But if that's not the case, if they want to improve the city to address these modes of transportation, then this development should identify them.
Thank you. Moving on to the regional transportation network issue. You testified that it is possible that that traffic from the project will have significant impacts on State Route 202 north and west of the project site. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it your testimony that significant impacts will occur on State Route 202 north and west of the site?
Well, how do you define significant impacts? I guess the project EIS has identified 20% of the project trips using those routes with no evaluation of what the impacts could possibly be, which seems to me is a failure of the project to address the SEPA requirements.
And your testimony is that impacts are possible?
Yes. Well, 20% is an impact, yes.
And have you conducted any analysis of levels of service at those intersections and how they would, according to your testimony, be affected by this project traffic?
No, again, I was not retained to do a traffic analysis for this development.
Thank you. You testified that congestion at the I-90 SR18 interchange causes traffic to divert to other highway exits. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And that's based on current congestion. That's what's happening now?
Yes.
And your discussion of the levels of service analysis at the I-90 SR18 interchange was also based on analysis of current conditions?
Correct.
Okay. On the issue of construction, you testified that the FEIS did not provide any analysis. Well, I think you said generally the FEIS did not provide any analysis in response to your DEIS comments. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm just getting to the right page. Okay.
Excuse me.
All right, I'll share my screen once again. So are you seeing traffic forecasts phrase?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so we are on page 3 of your DEIS comment letter, Mr. Norris. The comment near the bottom here says the DEIS fails to document the estimated trip generation associated with construction activity. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then moving over to the FEIS now, we are at PDF page 208 on to 209. Do you see here that it says construction impacts were evaluated further for the final EIS?
Yes.
And then on page 209, do you see the chart of earthwork and truck import export haul analysis that counts total haul loads predicted for the construction here?
Yes.
And the sentence in the paragraph below that says, based on this information, it is estimated that construction impact would result in approximately 51 trucks per day.
Yes.
Thank you. You testified regarding the construction management plan that the construction management plan was not provided in the FEIS. Is that right?
Correct.
Is it your testimony that construction impacts cannot be mitigated by a construction management plan?
Oh, I believe that they can be mitigated by that. Yes.
And is it your testimony that the city will not be able to impose any additional conditions on the construction process unless they are imposed as part of the FEIS?
I believe that the city, the opportunity to review and comment on the construction activity is constrained if they wait till the permitting time to do that.
Thank you. All right, I am almost done, but just going to find what I'm looking for. And okay, then share one more. Well, or before I do that, you testified that SEPA requires, I think you said, an average worst case analysis of traffic impact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So going back, so we're still so we're on your DEIS comment letter. You seen that where it says traffic forecast?
Yes.
Okay, so this is page 3 of your DES comment letter. And I'm looking at the first bullet here. It says the turning movement counts should either be redone or adjusted to reflect average worst case volumes as required by SEPA.
Yes.
That's what it says there. And then about halfway down the last bullet in that section says traffic volumes in the DEIS should be updated to reflect average worst case conditions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then in Exhibit 44, your FEIS comment letter on page 1, the traffic counts, first paragraph, last sentence says, easy low cost document. Then on page 2 of this document under pipeline development projects, it says SEPA requires an average worst case analysis. Is that correct? So your DEIS comment letter talked about worst case analysis, I believe, WORSE, and then your FEIS comment letter talked about worst case analysis, WORST. Are those the same thing?
They're the same thing.
And here in the DIF comment letter where I'm sorry, the FEIS comment letter, page 2, where it says SEPA requires an average worst case analysis. What in SEPA requires that? What is that referring to?
I believe that's stated policy in SEPA.
Okay, which policy is that?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay, is it your testimony that that is in the SEPA statute or the SEPA regulations?
Yes,
Okay, and is it in the city of Snoqualmie's adopted standards?
I'm not aware what city adopted standards are.
Okay, and so it's somewhere in the statute or regulations. You just don't have the citation in front of you.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Norris. That is all my questions.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We will go to cross-exam by Mr. Sturbank. Mr. Seidels, did you have a point of order?
I was just wondering how we would like to do redirect, if it makes sense to do it now or to wait for Mr. Sturbank or what?
So I've been having all cross and then allowing redirect at the end in case there's some duplication.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead, Mr. Sturbank.
All right, thank you, Ms. Examiner, and good morning, Mr. Norris.
Good morning.
Maybe picking up where we just left off. You spoke a little bit yesterday and then again with Mr. Cartman about your experience preparing traffic impact analyses. Are you familiar with what the term is for a SEPA responsible official?
Yes.
Have you ever served as a SEPA responsible official for any of the local governments that you for which you have worked?
No, I have not.
Okay. And have you ever prepared an environmental impact statement?
Yes, I have.
And when?
When when I was at the city of Renton, I had several impact statements that we prepared. And then I've worked on different ones as part of a developer engineer for ones in Snoqualmie County.
So let me stop you for a second. So you said you've never served as a SEPA responsible official. You understand, don't you, that it is the SEPA responsible official that issues an environmental impact statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you have not issued an EIS in the capacity as a SEPA responsible official, correct?
No, I have not.
All right. And so what you were talking about in terms of working on, does that mean you contributed to the drafting of an EIS or reviewing and commenting on analyses in an EIS?
Both.
Okay. And how long ago were you at the city of Renton?
I was at left city of Renton in 1990.
Okay. And how long ago did you do those developer projects that you just mentioned?
Probably 2010, 2012.
Okay. And you indicated, Mr. Cartman, that you believed the requirement for an average worst case analysis is contained in SEPA statute or regulation, correct?
I believe that, yes.
All right. So if you were wrong about that, that would affect your comments on the DEIS and FEIS, correct?
Which comment are you referring to?
Your statement that SEPA requires an average worst case condition. If you're wrong about that, that affects your comments on the DEIS and FEIS, does it not?
It reflects my comment regarding the average worst case condition. It wouldn't change my estimation of what the analysis should include.
Right, that's your opinion about what it should include versus whether or not SEPA requires it, correct?
I guess, you know, I've been doing this for 50 years and it's my understanding. In fact, I've been told before that SEPA is an average worst case condition. So.
You've been told by whom?
SEPA officials.
And which SEPA officials are you referring to?
Well, when I was working in the city of Normandy Park, the SEPA official there told me it was average worst case condition.
Okay, thank you. So let's talk a little bit about the your trip generation analysis and background traffic. So you're talking with Mr. Cartman about seasonal variation based on the WSDOT count on SR 18. You testified yesterday, I believe, that background traffic conditions on I-90 don't vary seasonally because it's more stable transportation system. Is that right?
Because of the nature of the highway, it's more of a commuter highway.
Okay, so highways and roads that function as commuter to serve commuter traffic tend not to vary seasonally as much as, say, SR 18. Am I understanding that right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and so if intersections in the traffic study area within Snoqualmie serve commuter traffic, they could be more stable as well, correct?
They could be.
Okay, and you don't have any information to show that they vary seasonally at the rate that you're talking about for SR 18, correct?
No, I was not retained to do the traffic analysis for this development, and I think that's a requirement of the DEIS to identify what exactly the traffic flow conditions are on the street network that's being addressed.
Right, I understand that's your view, that it's required. I'm asking you whether you have any information to prove that there's actually a significant variation and an impact there.
I think I answered that comment for Mr. Carpman before, so.
Okay, so generally speaking, for areas where you indicate that analysis should be done, you don't have information or facts to prove that there are impacts there. You're just asking for additional analysis. Am I understanding that right?
I'm asking for analysis that confirms the use of the January, February numbers, which are traditionally known even on the local arterial network to be low volume scenarios, be confirmed that represents what would be, if you want to take out worst case scenario, an average condition. So the January, February aren't even average conditions.
But what I'm asking about is whether or not you have information to demonstrate that they are not average conditions in Snoqualmie.
I believe I already answered that question for Mr. Cartman.
And that answer is no, correct?
No, I have not done an analysis of the roadway network in Snoqualmie.
Okay, thank you. And have you done any specific level of service or traffic analysis within Snoqualmie before?
Yes, I have.
All right. And did you analyze peak hour in any of those?
Yeah, I believe it did.
And what peak hour did you use in those analyses?
I think it was 6:30 to 8:30.
Okay. In every case?
Pretty much, yeah.
Turning to, I'm just going to kind of try to circle back through some of your conversation with Mr. Cartman. On the construction management, I think you indicated you believe that you think the city's constrained in imposing additional conditions if it's not done as part of the EIS. But if there were conditions of approval on a PCI plan or a permit that required future construction management plan and mitigations imposed by the city, would that address your concern?
No.
Are you familiar with the city's street improvement standards in their code?
Yes, I am.
And so you're familiar that the city has the ability through that code to require construction of necessary improvements as determined by the city beyond the property?
Yes.
Okay. So that would include, for example, Reinig Road as it extends beyond the site, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of those city standards, the city could also require construction management plan and mitigations, correct?
They could. I guess I really don't understand why the city wouldn't want to know what those construction impacts are prior to the time the review is done and they're ready for permits. I guess I failed to see, and with my experience in developing EIS, construction impacts have always been a significant impact of an environmental impact statement. So I guess I failed to see where the city would not want to know that information at this stage of the development process.
Well, I understand your perspective, but I think what we were talking about is whether or not the city has the ability to require a construction management plan part of future permitting. And I believe you concurred that the city could do so under its existing code, correct?
Correct, but also the city.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about the model for a second. In your comments, in your conversation with Mr. Seidels concerning the MXD plus. So I think you said you were not aware that it has been peer reviewed. Am I understanding that right?
There was no discussion of a peer review of that model. It's a proprietary model.
All right, and so when you say proprietary, if you subscribe, you're able to use the model, correct?
Pardon me?
So if you said proprietary, but what does that mean as you understand it when you say it's proprietary?
It means it's exclusive use to the one that possesses it.
So you're saying you wouldn't have the ability to use that model?
That's correct.
Not even via a payment of a subscription fee?
There was no identification of any subscription fee that was included. It was just stated in the document that was proprietary, which
I'm just talking about your knowledge of the model versus what is stated in the EIS.
My knowledge of the model is what's stated in the EIS.
Oh, okay. So you haven't done any independent investigation about use of the MXD plus model or the extent of its peer review or any of those details?
No.
Okay. And turning back to the EIS, when a super responsible official responds to comments, what is your do you believe that means that they're required to agree with or do everything that's asked in the comment?
No, it's their response to the comment.
Okay, thank you. Talk about the pipeline projects for a moment. I'm trying to make sure I understand your testimony. So I think you stated that the pipeline projects that should be reviewed are those for which applications have been submitted and that they're undergoing the permit process. Am I understanding that right?
Yes. Okay.
And so if there's a project that someone's thinking about, but they haven't submitted an application, and it's not going through the process, that's not a pipeline project that would be reviewed.
That's not a pipeline project.
Okay.
It's only projects that impacts will be realized on the street network prior to the application that we're speaking about.
Okay. And you had some conversation with Mr. Cartman about the Salish expansion. And I wasn't quite clear on your understanding. You're aware that that project has been abandoned, correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. And so the EIS indicates that it was analyzed, potential traffic impacts were analyzed from that project as if it were a pipeline project, right?
Correct.
All right. And so any traffic attributable to that project is not going to be realized on the roadway network now, correct?
Would not be considered a pipeline project.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Are you you indicated some familiarity with the region. Are you familiar with the references to Snoqualmie Ridge 1 and 2 mixed use final plans?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And are you aware of the status of build out of those mixed use developments?
Generally speaking, not specifically, but generally.
Okay, so would you understand that generally they are at or very near build out?
Yes, I understand that. Yes.
Okay. And so given that status, they're not likely to contribute additional projects, pipeline projects with traffic impacts, correct?
That'd be correct.
Okay. And did you do any independent review of projects that you would define as pipeline projects within Snoqualmie?
No.
So there aren't any specific projects for which that are undergoing review in Snoqualmie that you could point to that you believe were not analyzed in the FEIS?
All I'm going on is the statement that was made by the FEIS that they did not include pipeline projects that were in the process that had not been approved yet. They were only considering approved projects. That was a statement in the document. So that was the reference of my comment.
Okay. That was the statement in the draft, correct?
Correct.
All right. And I think you spoke with Mr. Cartman about the descriptions and the responses to comment in the FEIS. You mentioned talking with Mr. Cartman, I think the distinction between in the different types of trips, internal trip capture, pass by, and then diverted link trips. I think you mentioned what's a diverted link trip?
A diverted link trip is a trip that's on the network that isn't passing by the site, but makes a dramatic change in its travel pattern to access the site.
Okay, so hypothetically, a person comes from your Preston Falls City area, goes to visit Snoqualmie Falls, and then decides to go to historic downtown Snoqualmie for lunch. That trip from the falls then into downtown, is that what you mean by, would that be a diverted link trip?
No, I would not consider that a diverted link trip. That would be in the trip table, it would be referenced as a recreational to shopping trip, if you will. A diverted link trip would be one where the trip is already on the network. And let's say it's going from Carnation to heading to Issaquah. And on that trip, it decides, well, I got to pick up something at Safeway. I think I'll go to the Safeway over at the mill site. So it will divert from its travel pattern on SR 203 to use 202 to come into Fall City and go to that trip. So it's a trip that's already recognized on the network that is just taking advantage of this opportunity to shop. Pass-by trips are trips that have to be on the roadway adjacent to the site. And that would not include Railroad Avenue or SR 203.
Right.
It would be Mill Pond.
I understood that, your perspective on that.
Oh, it's not my perspective. It's a stated fact.
I won't argue the characterization at the moment. I understand your viewpoint on that, but our diverted link trips another kind of trip that would be that you would factor in, like internal capture and pass-by trips in terms of deducting from the overall trips analyzed.
If the DIS had done a thorough evaluation, possibly could consider diverted link trips in that, but if they had used the PSRC model, those kinds of trips would be incorporated in that model, and they wouldn't have to use this extreme percentages that were represented in the ITE trip generation manual that are not representative to the Snoqualmie site.
And with respect to the PSRC model, are you saying that the PSRC model was not used at all as part of the traffic analysis performed by 10W?
Interestingly enough, there is reference to the PRC model in there. And so they did use it for some aspect, but for some reason they abandoned it and went and used the MXD model and the rates that were given by the ITE, which have no bearing and basis to the Snoqualmie area, unlike the PSRC model. So it's a question in my mind why they did that. Again, Mr. Sturbank, I could speculate on why that was, but I know you don't want
You and
that.
I agree that you probably shouldn't do that. So, and I appreciate your attention to that detail previously as well as now. And I apologize here, I'm jumping around a little bit through my notes. We were talking a little bit earlier about pipeline projects. Let's talk for a moment about background traffic growth. And that you made some comments about that yesterday. I think you were referring, you said it was an error because that it was not, the DEIS used a 1% rate and that didn't match the city's population growth, and you referred to, I think, a 7-year growth rate. Is it standard practice to use population rates to determine background traffic growth? Are they the same thing?
It's a standard practice to use that, yes.
And if you had more specific information about background traffic growth rates in a particular area, would it be appropriate to use the information specific to the traffic study area?
Well, obviously, if you had a specific documentation of historical growth on the arterial corridors in the city, that would probably be a more preferable number to use than population, but apparently that information wasn't available. And so they were, guesstimating at what the rate should be. And so in that event, it would be more preferable to use what's documented as population growth.
Well, you don't know whether they had more specific information that about background growth rate, correct?
No, there was none identified in the DEIS.
Okay.
Where it came from.
And with respect to the 7-year growth rate that you say they should have used, have you done any investigation as to whether that growth rate is applicable to projected growth rates in Snoqualmie?
Well, that would be the basis for traffic growth in Snoqualmie, yes.
No, that's not the question I'm asking. If you're forecasting future growth through a planning period, do you have information concerning whether the past population growth in Snoqualmie is anticipated to continue at that same rate?
That was the estimate, was the population growth going forward, not the past.
You cited, I believe, to a 7-year growth rate described in the draft environmental impact statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's a past growth rate, a great growth rate from 2010 to 2017, right?
It was the, let me go back and see what if I can get the exact,
While he looks, I just want to note, Mr. Sherbank, we are getting short on time. Mr.
I am
Seibel,
just about
no?
finished.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, that appears to be the historical background growth for 7-year population growth of 3.4% per year.
Okay, right. And again, you don't have any information confirming whether or not that historical growth rate is the expected future growth rate.
No, but I know that.
Wouldn't that be important to know whether or not to use that in forecasting traffic growth?
Yes, it would. It would also be
Okay.
important to consider the.
Objection, he's cutting off the witness in the middle of his.
He answered my question, and I was just trying to be respectful.
No, I'm
trying.
I'm trying to put perspective to your question and the answer, and I know you don't want me to do that, but I think it's important to understand that the regional growth rate for population and traffic is 2%, and there's pretty much strong comparison between the two. So I think 1% is an inadequate representation of what traffic growth is, and failure to document that number raises the question.
Again, but you testified earlier if there was specific information about actual traffic growth rate historically in Snoqualmie, it'd be appropriate to use that information, right?
Yeah, which is what the 3.4% is.
Let's
well,
not debate.
I'm not going to argue with the witness. Yeah. And we can certainly take this up again with other witnesses as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Norris, for your patience. And again, for your attention to not speculating. It's appreciated.
You're welcome.
Thanks a lot. Mr. Seidels, you want to do some redirect?
Yes, and I've incidentally asked my next appointment if they could start at 10:15. They haven't said that, but they're just going to have to live with it because, you know, this is a hearing and folks have been very generous with their time. All right, so redirect here. Mr. Norris, do you believe that there are gaps in the information regarding significant adverse impacts and mitigation of impacts in the EIS?
Yes, I do.
Do these data gaps affect the city's analysis of the project's impacts?
Yes, it does.
Did you identify these data gaps in your comment on the draft EIS?
Yes, I did.
Did the city correct the data gaps in its final EIS?
No, it did not.
Did the city conduct a worst case analysis in the absence of these data gaps?
I don't believe they did, no.
All right. During Mr. Cartman's cross-examination, he asked you about differences between your comments in the draft EIS letter versus your comments in the final EIS letter. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And do you recall when Mr. Cartman pointed out that some of the comments in your draft EIS letter were not repeated in your final EIS letter?
Yes, I do.
For comments that you did not repeat in the final EIS letter, is that because the final EIS addressed whatever you were raising in the comment?
No.
I'd like to turn now to the issue of construction impacts. I'll be calling up the final EIS, page 3-98 and 3-99 of the final EIS. I will be sharing screen here. Okay. All right, everyone. Can we all see my screen? Page 3-98, construction impacts. Do we all see that?
Yes.
All right, I'm scrolling down to page 3-99. So I've highlighted some text on page 3-99 relating to earthwork and truck import export. Do you recall Mr. Cartman asking you about this section of the final EIS?
Yes.
Does this section of the final EIS appear to analyze trucks that are hauling dirt onto and off of the project?
I don't believe so, no.
What does this section of the final EIS analyze?
It really doesn't analyze anything other than a statement of what the expected haul loads are for planning area 1.
Are
Maybe-
are haul loads the only construction related traffic impact for a project of this size?
No,
What are some of the other construction impacts?
construction workers that were going to be employed to construct this site, the traffic that's generated by that, other services that are required there, suppliers of materials are going to be significant. So, I mean, there's no, the problem with this whole EIS is a very limited attempt to give as minimum amount of data is necessary to pass this document through. And so far, the city seems to be willing to accept that, which is their choice, but it really fails to give an analysis and a discussion and understanding of where these impacts are going to occur and what does that mean to the city's transportation network.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. That means we've concluded with Mr. Norris's testimony.
I think it does. I mean, I would like him to observe the testimony of the city or developers, traffic experts. So I wonder if we could take a few minutes to figure that out before I have to jump off at 10:15.
Yes, we can discuss scheduling. If I could please have counsel for city and the applicant join us in this conversation. And also Ms. Klungen, I assume, because she will be, or I don't know who from your firm will be handling the remaining witnesses. So in the, Mr. Norris, I think we're done with your testimony. I really appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here. And I think you're excused at this point. Although Mr. Seidels is going to want you to listen to applicant's testimony. So please.
So I guess I need to know when that's going to be if I'm supposed to listen to it.
Yes, exactly. So let's just quickly, you have 2 remaining witnesses, Russell and Drodowski. Those are going to be heard today. Can we talk about how long? So I think we said for Russell was approximately 45 minutes.
Mr. Russell is not available this morning. And it might be less time than that. So we might not get to that this morning.
We're going to start with Mr. Drodowski.
Okay. Do we have an estimate for how long Mr. Drodowski will take? On direct?
On direct? An hour?
All right, with cross, that'll put us at lunch. Is Mr. Russell available after lunch?
He may be, I'll need to confirm with him.
All right, if he is,
so we might have connection issues.
if we're not able to get Mr. Russell on the line, I assume we will proceed with another party's case and then return and hear him out of order.
Yes.
All right. If we do that, are we here? Whose applicant witness are we hearing first today?
Ms. Examiner, we will start with Christopher Wright.
Excuse me, and how much time for Christopher Wright?
Probably an hour on direct.
All right. And then?
So the witnesses that we'll call today will depend in part on the timing and when our case starts and how much time we have left in the afternoon.
Yes.
But our next witness would be Keith Goldsmith. His testimony will be shorter, possibly a half hour on direct.
And Ms. Kaler, would you identify which one of these will be the transportation witness?
Oh, yes. And so neither of those are the transportation witness. We don't anticipate transportation until tomorrow.
And could you give us an approximate morning or afternoon slot for transportation? I know we don't know for sure. It's a crystal ball here.
Yes, I would say probably late morning, early afternoon would be my estimate.
And that will be
Um,
Mr.
again,
Schramm.
That would be Mr. Schramm, yes. And so I believe one of the city witnesses, potentially just schedule wise, it would make sense to take a city witness out of order this afternoon if there's time. So I'll let Mr. Sturbank speak to the timing of that witness.
And because we're specifically talking traffic, can we identify also when the city anticipates traffic testimony?
The city would anticipate its traffic testimony tomorrow as well to try to keep the subject matter together. That'd be Mr. Breland. We would anticipate he would follow Mr. Schramm.
Okay.
Would it be possible, and I'm sorry about this, but I have a hearing on motions in Superior Court tomorrow from starting at 10:30, and I estimate about an hour. So would it be possible to do these traffic witnesses sometime after 11:30 tomorrow?
Yeah, it looks to me like we would not be getting to traffic witnesses until after lunch tomorrow. Does that sound right, Ms. Kaler? Oh, you said late morning, late morning.
We could take another witness in the morning if we have time to do that and have traffic start after lunch. I think that would work for our traffic witness. And I'll defer to Mr. Sturbank.
I believe that would work for our witness as well. We do have a witness on utilities and water specifically that, if time permits this afternoon, would like to go following Mr. Goldsmith, and if not, then first thing tomorrow morning.
Who would that be?
That'd be Michelle Campbell.
All right. Thank you for coordinating and agreeing to do traffic after lunch tomorrow. That will accommodate Mr. Seidel's conflict. Mr. Norris, I hope that will work for you to be present tomorrow after lunch. And you're muted.
Is that 1 o'clock then?
It's hard to say exactly. It'll be approximately 1 o'clock.
Okay,
Sometimes
Thank
we start at 12:45 or, yeah.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So I will see everyone at 12:45 tomorrow. And Gary, why don't you come on at 12:45 tomorrow? So.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Norris.
Yep, thank you.
Regarding the next witness testimony, we would go to Mr. Durdowski at this time. Is it possible, can we do a brief 5-minute break before we start the next witness testimony? It's 9:53. Do you want to come back at 10 or do you want to come back at 9:57?
Let's say 10.
Let's say
That's
10.
fine.
Okay, 10 is humane. We'll come back, we'll go off the record. We'll come back at 10 with the next witness. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm looking for counsel and the appellant's next witness. I was under the impression it would be Mr. Brickland.
Madam Examiner, before we begin, if I might just note for the record, that the city does have a standing objection to this particular witness testifying as an expert. I understand that we just wanted to note that and won't raise that issue other than to take it up on cross.
Thank you very much. Objection is noted. Mr. Brickland, are we ready to start?
Yep.
Okay, great. Let me please ask you, sir, if you would. Well, before I have you introduce yourself, let me just explain. There were some motions at the outset of the hearing addressing the scope of the appeal and also items that would and would not be addressed in testimony. And I did grant motions to restrict the topics that you were listed as testifying to. So I just quickly want to call that out to you, which will help us avoid some objections. You were listed in the exhibit, sorry, I'm flipping here. Listed as speaking to growth management, comprehensive plan, policy, development regulations, and land use. And I just wanted to let you know, sir, that the comprehensive plan has been excused and is dismissed. It's not a topic at consideration under the appeal. And I expect that there will be objections if we get too far into growth management or comprehensive plan policies as a result of that. I also want to let you know, I'm trying to let all the witnesses know, because of this virtual platform, I have asked the attorneys if they have objections to please verbally state them, interrupting you. So they're being rude at my direction, because it's sometimes I'm looking away, taking notes. It's hard for me to see when they're raising their hands. So they will verbally interrupt you. When they do, I'm going to ask you please to stop your testimony and then allow me to address the objection before you continue. I think that's about it. I think that's it. So at this point, I will ask you please to state and spell your name. Please give me the title by which I should introduce you or acknowledge you in the findings, and then please allow me to swear you in.
Yes, my name is Brian Drodowski, and that's spelled B-R-I-A-N. And the last name is D as in dog, E-R-D-O-W-S-K-I, Senior.
And how shall I identify your relationship to the matter?
Oh, I am a advisor.
All right. Let me ask you please to raise your right hand to take an oath. Do you swear or affirm your testimony will be true? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Brickland, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Drodowski. Would you please introduce yourself to the examiner and for the record, explain your background and experience that relates to the matters you're going to be addressing today?
Yes, I will. I should say that I've attended the previous sessions and have taken extensive notes. I did submit a brief CV, but apparently that didn't get in as one of the exhibits. And I heard one of the remarks that were made relative to my qualifications. And so I'm going to provide perhaps a little more detail than I would normally do. And let me just interject for a second there, that your CV was not submitted as a standalone document, but the information was extracted from that and included in a disclosure that we provided. So some of that information has been made available. But in any event, yes, do please proceed. You bet. I've had a lifelong interest in land use planning. As a student at the University of Redlands, I had a interdisciplinary honors program that resulted in a bachelor's of government and also in business and economics, which is rather unusual. At that university, they selected 20 students who had an interdisciplinary view to participate in a unique program. One of the things I did as a result of that program was I wrote a thesis, which awarded me magna cum laude awards, of the intergovernmental relationships between San Bernardino County and all of its cities and special districts. This was involved about 100 interviews, 3 hour-long interviews with a county executive who offered me a job actually after I finished. And I had an internship with the city of Colton, California, analyzing one of the larger land development projects in San Bernardino. My job was to analyze the impacts on the city from that development in the way of utilities and services and fiscal impacts. I took a different turn in my profession and went into, I was an estimating engineer for machine shops and steel fabricators, working on ships and virtually every industrial sector of the state of Washington I was involved in one way or the other at a fairly high technical level. In the 80s, I started to help organize citizen groups throughout the state. And we helped organize about 200 different citizen groups that were trying to promote growth management. And we had certain principles that we were after, and that was quite successful. And some people have suggested that that was a very contributing factor to the adoption of the growth management law. In the course of doing that, I decided to run for the King County Council on a growth management platform. And I served 3 terms. And most of those terms I represented the city of Snoqualmie. One of the very first things that I did in my first year is I was appointed to be chair of the Growth Management Committee, which is very unusual. And one of my first jobs was to take over the legislative responsibility for the Snoqualmie Ridge Development Agreement and the interlocal agreement, rather, between the King County and the city of Snoqualmie for Snoqualmie Ridge. I went into the details, and that was my characteristic. I was known for, as a council member, that was very, very substantive. In some ways, the staff and I had an excellent relationship because I dealt with them almost like an equal, even though I was over them if I chaired the committee or as a council member. But nonetheless, I got into the details, and I found that made all the difference. I inherited an executive proposed sensitive areas ordinance, which was the first sensitive areas ordinance that was adopted in the state of Washington. That was a comprehensive document. And my staff and I completely rewrote that. We took a whole year, and because it just needed a lot of work, and we heard from the public, and we needed to make some changes. We went by that. I had dozens and dozens and dozens of detailed meetings with our attorneys and staff. We went through that document line by line. I wrote for every land use matter. I've sat in on many hundreds of land use appeal meetings and approvals and hearings. I was known as the most active on the council in this connection. It was rather unusual to go to that level of detail, but I felt it was necessary to do so. I was the prime sponsor of some very significant legislation: the Sensitive Areas Ordinance, the Transportation Concurrency and Impact Fee Ordinance, and I went into the details as to how the formulas work, how concurrency worked at the engineering level. I was the prime sponsor for school concurrency and school impact fees. I was the prime sponsor for two updates of the county stormwater manual. And I went into the details because I had this engineering background. I'm not a licensed engineer, not a professional engineer, but I made my living doing that kind of work for quite a while. I also sponsored and the council passed the first comprehensive performance monitoring program in the state. I also, and relevant to these proceedings, I worked on legislation that established rules for the hearing examiner's office. And I also was working on legislation to provide performance standards and qualifications for SEPA responsible officials. While I was there, I sponsored many audits. And one of the audits was of the county's concurrency system, traffic concurrency system, because I had evidence that the county was not properly applying its concurrency regulations. And in fact, some years later, on that same issue, several engineers sued the county in federal court, claiming their civil rights had been violated because they were being intimidated and forced to approve projects that did not meet the concurrency test. And they were being encouraged to jigger the numbers, to change the numbers, to change the calculations. It is something that I have encountered for decades, and it informs my viewpoint. Over the years, I've conducted hundreds of tutorials, on growth management, development, and SEPA for citizen groups, mostly in the state of Washington, though not exclusively. I've also advised government agencies. I served with you, Mr. Bricklin, on the Legislative Advisory Committee on vested rights. I think I may have been the only non-attorney on that committee. There weren't very many of us, and I was an honor to serve on that. I've also advised property owners. For example, I developed a wetland mitigation and landscaping plan for a large development in Shoreline. I also managed this major SEPA appeal on behalf of all the commercial and industrial property owners around Lake Bellevue relative to the Spring District. We were reviewing a Fairlawn, I believe it was a Fairlawn report where they didn't do enough monitoring tests, and they had determine what the soils were. And I hired another geologist who discovered all of this, and so that we could protect the lake, because if they incorrectly did their test wells, and if they were going to go into that shallow aquifer, which is going to interrupt the flows going into the lake. And so I have extensive experience in that way. In order to do the best job for all the groups that I help, I've attended many trainings and briefings, and I do my very best on keeping up on the literature. Now, having established that, I want to go into the process that I used for reviewing this application. But before I do that,
Yeah, let me,
I do want to make one final comment as to my qualifications. And actually, I heard a term yesterday, and I think it's called record pollution. And there was some record pollution that went into this record on the first day. I have been to hundreds of hearings, hundreds, and I have never seen a circumstance where a public servant, an attorney, a city attorney,
Okay, I feel
impugn the
we're-
motives.
we've
You know,
Mr. Durdowski.
Ms. Rice,
okay,
Ms.
just a
Rice,
second.
I expect
No,
the record to be
Wait,
cleared up
Excuse
because
me.
there was a false
Mr.
statement
Dudowski,
made about-
please, Mr. Dudowski, when
Excuse
the, Mr. Dudowski, when the examiner speaks, please stop.
Yes.
We were discussing your qualifications, and you've started presenting testimony, challenging previous testimony, and I don't feel like those two things are related. I'd like to ask Mr. Brickland to please
I was just
take
about
over
to. Your Honor.
directing the witness at this point.
Thank you. But the one last point I had regarding your qualifications, and I think it might tag on to what you were about to address. I believe city attorney yesterday characterized you as an anti-growther, or words to that effect. How would you respond to that?
Well, first of all, that impugns my motive as a expert witness. If a colleague on the council did that to me, they would be admonished for impugning my motives. I am not an anti-growth activist. I have promoted sensible growth, reasonable growth, and a detailed analysis of that. In addition, there was a false statement made that I had fought road projects in Sammamish as a way to stop growth. That is absolutely false. In fact, in the years that I was on the council, my district received more road money than any other district. And I was instrumental in tens of millions of dollars of money that went to Sammamish even after incorporation to solve the traffic problems. And after I left office, the money that went to District 12 plummeted for roads. It plummeted to something on the order of half of what I was able to achieve. The fact is that I was a proponent of traffic concurrency, which means that you have got to match the rate of growth with the improvements on transportation. That is what needed to be done. And in Sammamish, the reason they had those problems is because in '92, we adopted phasing mechanisms where the zoning would not be implemented until projects were done on I-90 and on 520. And those were strong. The applicants did not get their zoning, so there was a real hook. Within a year or two after we adopted that, the politics changed on the council, and they removed that restriction, and everybody got their zoning. So the only thing we were left with was traffic concurrency. Larry Phillips, my colleague Larry Phillips on the council, said that the worst vote he ever took in his term on the council, in any of his terms on the council, was that vote. He said this: had I listened to Mr. Durdowski, who warned us, that problem would not have occurred. We should not have opened up the zoning and strictly relied on the concurrency. That last couple of sentences is not a quote. The point here is that having my motives impugned, having a false statement, and moreover, the hearing examiner was advised to take ex parte communications from Google to look up my background.
I want to note for the record that I declined that invitation. It's not my practice to Google people who testify at my hearings.
Well, you are a professional, Madam Examiner.
I'd just like to get to testimony about
Yes,
the current project.
yeah, I think
at this
enough
point.
on that.
Thank you
I think
for the introduction.
point made. So Mr. Dudowski, let's move past qualifications and background and experience and focus on this project. And let's start by having you discuss what you did to prepare for your testimony and the approach that you took?
Sure. Okay, I will. What I did was the same thing that I do when I coach and do tutorials for citizen groups. And the process I followed is this. One, I read the DEIS and the FEIS, not entirely, but mostly, and I focused on certain areas. Secondly, I reviewed the staff report line by line and word by word, very, very carefully. Secondly, I read the applicant's application materials in a very detailed way, in a similar way, though not entirely. Then I carefully read all of the city's code sections that pertain to the plan. And here's what I was looking for. One, did the FEIS set forth specific mitigations? I was looking for those specific mitigations. Secondly, were those mitigations included in the conditions of approval? Thirdly, did the conditions of approval conflict with the FEIS mitigations? Fourth, did the FEIS rely or assume certain code provisions? Next, were those code provisions adequate to address the impact identified in the FEIS? Next, were the code provisions included in the conditions of approval? And is it likely that those code provisions will be applied? Next, were the conditions of approval consistent with the city code? Is there a match? And did the FEIS rely on prior environmental documents? And if so, have conditions changed? Are those prior environmental documents still accurate? For example, I looked at the comprehensive plan, which I read. I read most of the comprehensive plan. And I looked and did the FEIS for the comprehensive plan set forth certain standards and analysis that was carried forward into this analysis? Are they congruent? And then, did the FEIS adequately analyze all the significant adverse environmental impacts? Now, for that, we had a lot of technical experts. So I did not do that at a deep level, even though I had quite a bit of knowledge.
Excuse me, Mr. Dudowski, this is
That's what I-
Courtney Keeler representing the applicant. And I understand Mr. Dudowski is at this point just outlining what he did. But I do want to highlight, there was a mention of the comprehensive plan, which has been dismissed as an issue. In addition, I'll note Mr. Dudowski did submit extensive comments on the PCI plan record. The staff report is in connection with the PCI plan decision. The staff report doesn't really relate to EIS adequacy. And for that reason, we will be objecting to that testimony when it comes forward. Just wanted to note that.
Okay. Objection to comprehensive plan mention and objection to testimony related to PCI plan adequacy.
You know, to move things along, I don't think we need
Yes.
counsel to tell us about objections they're going to be making in the future. It's bad enough that we have all the objections as they come in, but we don't need pre-notice of them.
I agree. I'd like to keep efficiency at a note, but I think that this was an objection to the mention of the comprehensive plan.
Well,
at the
yeah,
least.
but as counsel noted, he just mentioned what he looked at. He wasn't offering any opinions on it at this time. It's just was really premature.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr.
One
Brown.
second,
I'm
Mr.
gonna decide
Dudowski.
when I object.
I'm sorry, Ms. Kaler, I was speaking. Say it again.
No need, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sturbank, you've video shared. Do you have an objection? Just want to get back to
The
testimony.
city was just going to join the objection and further note that with respect to the staff report that the city objected to its untimely submission as well as duplicative of being offered on behalf of Scan, who testified at the public hearing. And we've noted that in our response that we submitted yesterday, but I don't know that the examiner has had an opportunity to see that yet.
Thank you. For the record, I should note, I did receive both applicant and staff responses to post-hearing or to hearing and post-hearing public comment yesterday, timely before 5 p.m. Okay, stamping that for the total record. Please, let's do return to testimony and let's adopt the practice that we talked about briefly yesterday. If you have an objection, please just interrupt verbally, note the objection, state the basis for the objection. If it's not speculation or foundation, we can have a brief conversation about it, but I want to move on with testimony as quickly as possible. I'll stop now. Please continue, Mr. Bricklin.
Thank you. This might go longer than an hour at this rate. Mr. Dudowski, please continue your answer.
Yes. So I was in the process of describing what I was looking for. And what I'm doing is I'm looking, I am aware, since my earliest briefings, when I was on the King County Council in 1990, and all the work that I've done with SEPA, describes a kind of hierarchy of interrelationships, so that a city may adopt a comprehensive plan and do an environmental impact statement on the comprehensive plan. They may adopt development regulations and do SEPA work on that. They may approve a master plan and do SEPA work on that. And all of these plans, they may have an implementing plan, a capital plan, or some other implementing plan for their comp plan that also may have SEPA work. And all of these all work together, and they're done at different points in time. And the law allows the use of pre-existing documents. And in fact, that's the way it should be. We should not be reinventing the wheel every time we look at environmental impacts. So we go back and we look at previous documents, so that if a city adopts a development regulation for wetlands, and if it does so 15 years ago, and it does SEPA work, and at that time, that the known, say it wasn't particularly well known that copper and zinc would hurt salmon, for example, it would not include a regulation. So subsequent to that, if you're going to review a project that's going to affect salmonids and you could get copper and zinc, and if you're relying on a wetland regulation that had a SEPA work that was that never considered that impact because it wasn't known at that time, then that means that your application needs to consider it. You can't simply say, well, we apply the regulations and SEPA's taken care of it. No, you've got to go in and you've got to say, have there been new circumstances? Is that previous environmental work accurate? And do we need to include special conditions today to reflect that? And I certainly found that in this project, that there is an inconsistency between the environmental work that was done, and as a consequence, the regulations that are being applied. The FEIS relies
Madam Examiner.
Yeah. Yes.
Pardon me, because we're not doing this in a question answer format, it's difficult to know what the witness is about to address. I'm hearing reference to potential impacts to fish, which is not an issue in the EIS appeal. So just asking for perhaps some guidance from the examiner if the witness is going to testify in a narrative fashion.
I think it was very apparent he was using that as an example unrelated to this project. Wait until he testifies about this project for your objections. We'll move a little more quickly through this.
And I appreciate the desire to put context, but it would be helpful if we did move to testimony about this project.
Yeah. I agree.
Thank you.
And we were just about to get there.
Thank you.
And I actually have just one final.
For the objections.
Just to summarize that, what I did and what I advise folks that I work with to do, and what I advise experts to do, expert witnesses, is to look at the chain. It's not a chain of authority, but it's look at the environmental documents together and determine if there are any SEPA gaps that exist, where a previous SEPA work analyzed and is being relied upon, and the result does not apply today. Look for those. And I certainly did that, and along with all these other things that I just described.
So now let's turn to the analysis that you did here, now that we understand the approach you took.
Yeah.
And let's start with the EIS's analysis of impacts on surrounding properties, adjacent communities, and the like. Tell us about the analysis that you did there.
Yes. Okay, well, first of all,
Examiner, I am going to object here and attempt to clarify what the scope of this witness's testimony is. The only issue raised in the appeal that I can determine is in any way relevant to this witness's testimony is extremely narrow. It is issue number 5 in the appeal, and seems to be actually not really a SEPA comment, but it is the comment that the FEIS doesn't adequately analyze impacts to growth, and then discusses population projections under the Growth Management Act. That seems to be the only possible appeal issue this witness's testimony could go to. And so I'm concerned if we're going to be straying outside of that one narrow area that was actually raised in this appeal.
I
The appeal
understand
doesn't
that
actually,
we have set limits. There is a scope of the appeal. It is limited to the items expressly called out in the appeal letter. I am concerned that I have not stricken this witness based on requests by the parties because I have not been persuaded that his testimony is going to be irrelevant. The witness list offers him as speaking to land use and development regulations, both of which are associated with issue 5. So I'm going to allow testimony. If there are future objections, you don't have to address me. You can just say the word objection. It's faster. It'll be faster to get us to stop. Again, I'm going to encourage Mr. Derdowski to limit his testimony to the issues of land use and how the development regulations are related to that, especially in light of appeal issue number 5.
Okay, let me pull out appeal issue number 5. This will take me a moment. I don't have the appeal in front of me.
Well, and while you're doing that, let me say, I believe Mr. Dowski's testimony also is covered by other issues.
Yes.
For instance, 6F includes impacts of water supply on adjacent areas, which is
Yes.
what we were just going to talk about in part.
Yes.
Issue 7 talks about impacts on the community, the adjacent community, as well as standard of living within the city itself. So his analysis is not limited to issue 5.
Madam Examiner, I would note the witness was not identified as an expert in any of those areas or that he would testify to those issues on the appeal.
And I would note that we're talking about this a really long time and that I would like to get to the testimony. I appreciate the objections. I understand the parties are trying to ensure testimony is within the scope. I also want testimony to be within the scope. But I would like to have the testimony, and I will not pay attention to anything that strays outside the scope. I think I just want to go ahead with testimony. Your objections are noted. Thank you.
So Mr. Derdowski, would you please continue with your testimony?
Yes, I'm reformulating how I will present this based upon what I heard. First of all, let's go to the DEIS, section 3-159, which deals with the change in intensity, character, and activity. And if we go to that section,
you said section 3-159, page 3-159.
3-159 of the DEIS.
Right. That's a page number, not a section number, but go on.
Yes. And I will quote a section from that and give you a comment. Here's the quote. While mixed uses would result in a new type of land use pattern on site, it would not be dissimilar with a mix of urban uses in downtown Snoqualmie. Now, it's going to be a little tough to get there. Please bear with me. Now, anyone that is familiar with Snoqualmie would observe that the character that is proposed of this development, while it may be commercial or industrial or mixed use, it is nowhere near similar to the uses in downtown Snoqualmie. They're not even close. And so it just immediately the credibility of the document starts being called into question.
Please
It-
describe,
the plan
please describe the character of downtown Snoqualmie and contrast
Yes.
it to this.
Yes. Well, first of all, downtown Snoqualmie is a historic type of district. It's been there for many, many years. Lots of older buildings. There is small retail, small restaurants. A good deal of its customers are all drawn from the local area. It's not a regional draw per se. Tourists will come visit not because they're coming to that district, but because they're coming to see the falls, or they're coming to see the farming in the valley. They don't go there as a destination. The proposal would actually create a kind of Woodinville, a little mini Woodinville out there in the Snoqualmie Valley, a tourist district that would draw people, in theory, from all over the region. It's substantially different. The design is not at all historic or similar in that sense. The scale of development is very significantly different. You've got a whole lot of small little shops. That's not what's being proposed here. What's being proposed is a large, commercial warehouse. Remember that if you look at the zoning code, the land uses that are allowed under the PCI category is very broad, just a wide variety of uses. They're proposing possibly a campus. What exactly does that mean? That's certainly not anything similar to what downtown Snoqualmie is like. Now, there's a lot to be said about this, so I'll move on pretty quickly. It also says that continuing on with the FEIS, as discussed in section 3.7, development would be consistent with the mixed-use employment center envisioned in the city's comprehensive plan and allowed by the PCI zoning district. So let's examine that proposition. The projected mill site growth is 20 by 2032 is 1,650
And I'm going to object to
jobs.
the extent this is discussing the comprehensive plan, an issue that's been dismissed.
Okay, the
Well-
issue that was dismissed was compliance with the comprehensive plan.
No, I'm not. Yeah.
Doesn't mean that.
Let
we
the
can't have
examiner
testimony.
finish.
That doesn't mean we can't have testimony that touches on existing or adopted comprehensive plan policies, as long as we're not discussing compliance with those policies. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So the table 7-7 of the comprehensive plan shows that the employment capacity for the mill site property is 1,650 jobs, and the forecast for 2032 is 872 jobs. So the idea that the FEIS says in this section that it would be consistent with the mixed-use employment center envisioned in the city's comprehensive plan. The city's comprehensive plan envisions.
This is Courtney Theater again. I simply do not see how this testimony is not compliance with the comprehensive plan. Again, I object.
I agree on this. In this instance, you did just really specifically address consistency with the adopted comprehensive plan, and that has been dismissed as an issue in the appeals. So
Okay.
you could redirect towards the areas that are not dismissed. It would be appreciated.
Okay.
And let me just, to make a clean record here, he's referred to the final EIS. This is actually the draft EIS, and it's page 3-160.
Right. The FEIS says that it would be consistent. It isn't. Okay, now continuing on with the FEIS.
Draft EIS, but it was not changed in the final.
Yes. Now, now here, I'd like to ask a question because I don't know if this would fit. I'm discussing what the effect is going, the land use effect is going to be on the surrounding area and the adjacent area, that whole community. The plan proposes an intense urban use an employment center of 3,400 plus, a very substantial development. The nature of that development is being suggested in phase one, and there's a policy that requires a market factor to be done. Yesterday, there was one of the expert witnesses made a comment about a market analysis. I think it was with respect to transportation, that a transportation study or a market study would be able to determine if the probable uses, what their transportation impacts might be. He did not testify. He did not perhaps know that there was a comprehensive plan policy that says they must do that.
Again,
And
Ms.
so I don't know if that could be.
Ms. Examiner, I'm
Yes.
going to object. We don't seem to be able to get off this comprehensive plan consistency point.
I'm asking a question as to whether I can raise it.
So it's a very long question, and I need you not to offer testimony regarding whether or not the plan complies with the comprehensive plan, because
Okay.
we're not here to discuss consistency with adopted comprehensive plan policies.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Thank you. Okay. It's so contrary to the way I think, Madam Examiner. Please forgive me.
Understood. Understood.
Okay. Okay. Now going back to the DEIS, the statement is made, quote, given the open space separating development in planning one from adjacent uses and heavy vegetation retained on the perimeter of the mill site, no direct land use conflicts or compatibility impacts with offsite uses are anticipated.
That's at
That's
three
what-
160.
Yeah. Now that's what the FEIS says. So in other words, the FEIS is saying that we're not going to have land use conflicts, and we're going to be compatible because we have landscaping.
I'm sorry, Matt, I just want to make sure, Mr. Brickland said we're talking about the draft, and which
Yes, he
document
keeps
are we-
referring to the final, and it is the draft.
It is the
And
draft,
we're
right?
still on
Thank you,
page
Mr. Brickland.
160.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll try and do my best here. Now, this is a very limited definition of compatibility. Let me go down here. I will address that later. But I think it is the compatibility involves a lot of things. Are the demands for utility services compatible with the demands for utility services in the surrounding area? So for example, the whole eastern side of this development is rurally zoned. It is on septic tanks. It does the extension of sewer lines. Is that compatible with the abrupt end and the beginning of septic systems? That's certainly a measure of compatibility. There's any number of other measures of compatibility. The type of traffic. So for example, a tourist traffic is very different than logging truck traffic or heavy equipment traffic that's moving along 202. It's different. People going to work to a 3,400 employment center is going to be very different than other types of uses nearby. The requirement under any concept of planning, any concept of review, is to look at not just the impact on adjacent properties, but the surrounding properties. This project is going, if I'm a farmer 5 miles away and there's a whole lot more traffic and I'm trying to move hay on the road to my cows, I'm going to have a hard time with the conflicting traffic from tourists coming in to visit this tourist center or employees.
Was that addressed in the draft or final EIS?
I did not find any significant analysis of that, because it's manifestly obvious by just looking at this section. The way it is framed, here is the part of the plan. Here's the part of the DEIS that is considering surrounding area impacts. And what does it do? It looks at adjacent impacts. It doesn't look at the surrounding area. It doesn't approach it. It doesn't meet any, and here.
So are you referring there to the sentence that says that given the open space separating planning area from adjacent uses and the reference to landscaping, that there will be no impacts? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, well, that's yes. And the idea that I mean, I used to represent the area. The idea that you would put a major employment center on this site at not having an effect on the entire rural character of the entire valley is just mind-boggling. Of course, it will have an impact, and I will discuss.
And was there any analysis in the EIS of that issue, or did it stop?
I'm going to object.
Or did it stop? May I finish the question first? Or did it stop at the point of analyzing impacts to directly adjacent uses?
And I'm going to object actually relating to the prior testimony. Mr. Dudowski, may I just interject here? I'm going to object relating to the prior testimony to the extent that this is a challenge to the uses and densities allowed on the site. That was a decision made when the site was zoned many years ago. That is not an issue before the hearing examiner.
Yeah,
Noted.
right. May we continue?
Objection is noted.
And the city
Thank
would
you.
note an objection as to foundation as to the conclusion of impacts to the valley. There was absolutely.
Council can inquire about that on cross. May we continue?
Yes.
Please continue.
Thank you. So, Mr.
Cool.
Dudowski, I was asking you about whether the EIS addressed the impacts on the wider community or whether it stopped at its analysis with the impacts on directly adjacent uses by referencing landscaping and around the perimeter of the site.
It certainly is the latter. They did make some reference to larger impacts, which I'll address next. Continuing on, but very in a very scanty way. Continuing on the next page, I'll quote this: potential indirect impacts of proposed development include the potential for the proposal to act as a catalyst for additional land use change and development adjacent to the site or elsewhere within or adjacent to the city. Okay, now we're getting that. While some degree of pressure for change may exist, it is not certain to materialize and is not necessarily an adverse impact. Now, this makes a statement, but is not backed up by any analysis. There is no analysis. So, for example, a market study would have determined the likelihood of that impact. The statement that while some degree of pressure for change may exist, it's not certain to materialize and is not necessarily an adverse impact, is one of my most important concerns. As a former representative of the area and of many other rural areas for years, I received many communications from my constituents about how they viewed their homes and their communities. It was absolutely what people would contact me about. A project like this will cause a sizable number of rural property owners to sell their properties and move out of the area. Some will do this because their properties become targets for developers or speculation of future rezones. This is my experience as a council member. I'm speaking to the likelihood. Am I alone here?
You're on. Keep going.
Okay. My
And Ms.
speaking.
Examiner, just for the record, I'm noting an objection based on speculation.
Thank you for noting that, Ms. Kaler. It's a little difficult to hear you. So again, when you object, please unmute and just loudly state the word objection so we know and we can stop and deal with it.
Thank you.
That volume is better. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, objection speculation noted. Please go ahead.
Okay, now I'm going to express what I experienced when a large project was approved in my district of an urban nature, intense, next to areas that are not. I observed phenomena. Some of my supporters moved out because they loved their rural life and they saw it going away. Some of my constituents that I represented contacted me and said, Brian, I'd like to stay, but I can sell. There's developers. The values are going up so high, and I don't like living here like I used to. I know of farmers that would contact me and say, Brian, I'm getting all these complaints from people about my farming activity. It's becoming increasingly difficult. Or they'll lose their feed. In Redmond, they lost their feed and grain. They had to drive a lot farther to get their agricultural materials. It's farming is often on a thin ice. You take out one small part and make it a bit more difficult, and it can cause it can catalyze a cascading effect of change. I experienced this as a council member. I fought against it. I did my best to mitigate these effects. It will happen here based on my experience. It is not speculative. Based on my experience, it is highly likely that there will be substantial development pressures. It will catalyze taking a look at it. Now, let's be more direct to something that's even closer to home. This statement in the FEIS says, it is reasonable. Yes, it is reasonable to assume, for example, that the city of Snoqualmie and King County in adjacent unincorporated areas will in the future act consistent with their respective adopted land use plans and zoning designations. This would minimize the likelihood of land use conflicts of development that is out of scale, out of character, or inconsistent with city or county code. So the FEIS says that King County is going to hold, the DEIS says that it will, that King County will hold the line against zoning changes. That we can assume that. I can tell you, having served for 3 terms on the King County Council, that is a false statement. The county council is highly likely to
objection, speculation.
Thank you.
Okay, based on my experience as a King County council member, when a major project is built, the surrounding that has intense urban development that brings in utilities, improves roads, it is highly likely, in my experience as a council member, it was common for property owners nearby to come to the county and request rezones. This was common. And even every single council member that I knew would fairly consider that as an important factor. The fact that this urban development is developed, the utilities are there, the roads are there, the nearby rural area, the urban growth area should be expanded to include these areas, these properties. That would absolutely, it was absolutely on the table. It would be it would probably be exhibit A by the applicant for the rezone. So
let me turn this around. When the EIS says you can assume that there won't be these impacts because of the existing zoning, would you view that as speculation on the part of the authors of the EIS?
Not only that, it is uninformed speculation. At least my speculation is informed by 3 terms on the county council and a lifetime of following this stuff.
Let me also talk about the distinction in the EIS between its treatment of these issues for planning area 1 on the one hand and planning area 2 and 3 on the other hand. If you look at page 3-159 at the top of the page, the section is headed compatibility with adjacent uses, and near the bottom of the page is a heading for planning area 1. Near on the next page, at the end of that section, just before the shoreline uses heading, there is a paragraph where they switch from planning area 1 to talk about planning area 2 and 3. Do you see that paragraph?
Yep.
And that paragraph says planning areas 2 and 3 would be master planned and developed according to design and landscape standards intended to ensure compatibility with planning area 1. Do you see that?
Yes, I noted that.
Was there any analysis in the EIS of how planning area 2 and 3 would be or would not be compatible with off-site locations?
Well, we have a bit of a moving target because the DEIS sort of switches gears. What it does is, in some cases, is talking about the project impacts, and it tends to do that, frankly, in areas that it appears that they want to nail down some conditions that apply to 2 and 3. In other cases, it's very broad. It's we don't know what we're going to do on 2 and 3. And so,
but apart from them not knowing what they're going to do on 2 and 3, was there an analysis of compatibility impacts from whatever they do on 2 and 3 with the surrounding community? Or did they just stop at the point of addressing compatibility with planning area number 1?
No, I don't think they did either, really. It struck me that what analysis they did was for the plan as a whole, and they didn't do very well on it. They did emphasize planning area number 1, and then they made they threw in planning area 2 and 3, just as well. It's going to be consistent with planning area 1. And so no, I did not find any specific any analysis that looked at the impact specifically of phases 2 and 3 to the surrounding area. I did see that there was some very scant and, in my opinion, inaccurate, uninformed analysis of the impact of the project, of the plan as a whole, to the surrounding area. But but has the limitations that I'm describing and can continue to describe.
All right. And let's go, you've touched on a little bit here with regard to the distinctions between phase 1 and phase 2 and 3. Did you review the environmental impact statement in terms of its use of a phasing approach?
Yes.
And what opinions do you have regarding the of that?
Okay.
Mr. Examiner, this is Courtney Kaler again, and I'm just going to object that EIS phasing was not identified as a subject matter this witness was going to testify about.
He's going to testify about it in the context of the issues related to land use and other topics that have been identified in our appeal. It's not going to be just generic.
The city would join in the objection because I believe the question was just that the witness was asked to opine about the SEPA phasing.
So let me rephrase it. With
Thank
regard
you.
to the
And let me note the objections. Okay, go ahead.
let me just narrow it a little bit. Do you have an opinion regarding the manner in which the EIS used phasing with regard to the issues that are within the scope of this appeal?
Yes, I do. Before I go to that, Mr. Brickland, I'd like to ask a question based on something the hearing examiner said. I have, with respect to this section, which is the issue of surrounding uses, I have code sections that I have comments about, and the hearing examiner suggested that might be something that would be within my wheelhouse to bring forward. Can I bring that forward? Specifically, SMC 1720-050H. And
I just want to just redirect. This is an appeal of the adequacy of the SEPA review. So we're looking for adequacy of the SEPA review. So any testimony about regulations would need to be in context with this SEPA analysis.
Yes, I think, Madam Examiner, I think I can thread that needle. I guess I could try, and they could object. But I think it is significant.
What is in a sentence? What is the substance of that code section you just cited?
Hey, I'm a former elected official, Mr. Brickland. You're asking.
Do anything in one sentence?
Yeah. It has to do with that. That a purpose of a master plan is the orderly planning of public utilities. There's a code requirement that requires this. The DEIS does not properly address that subject, and that affects surrounding areas, but it also it goes against the purpose of why we do master plan developments itself, one of the purposes. And so I can draw the connection between the code and this statement in the FEI in the DEIS, and suggest that there needs to be some additional work to get to that. And that's essential. Well, that's not one sentence, is it?
Why don't you just mention the code section so we have that in the record, and then I think the point has been made at that point.
Sure. Code section is 17.20.050H.
All right.
And it says that it says that it shall be designed in such a manner to allow adequate and efficient expansion to accommodate development which can be reasonably anticipated on adjacent or nearby lands. That's the code section. And the so therefore,
And Ms. Examiner, before this witness then goes on to testify more about this, we would object on a couple different grounds. First, this seems to be related to the PCI plan approval criteria, not related to the EIS. And secondly, this witness was not identified to discuss utilities. And I don't know that this specific issue was raised in the appeal either.
Let
Well,
me,
Let me just try to shorten this up. I asked him to identify the code section. He did that. I don't think there's any harm in that being done, and we can move on to the next subject.
can we just check in how many more subjects we have in terms of time?
Several. I'm not, it depends how you, I know subjects. And then
how
there's,
thorough I am.
well, it's also a question of how you divide things up between subjects and
Right.
subsections.
With regard to Ms. Kaler's objection, I'm going to note it, and I'm going to keep hearing from this witness. I do hope that we're going to stick within the scope of the issues that are still on appeal, and the testimony should be related to the areas that the witness was identified to speak to.
Right. So let me,
Mr. Berkman?
yeah. Yes.
There is in the DEIS, there is this statement. This foregoing analysis encompasses existing, known, and reasonably foreseeable plan and proposed land uses, and is therefore cumulative in scope and content. I would love to be able to offer a comment on that, or at least point it out.
Do we have a citation to a page reference, please?
Yes, it is section 3.6, land and shoreline use of the DEIS.
And what is your opinion regarding whether the EIS adequately addresses the cumulative land use impacts associated with this project?
In my opinion, this is a check the box kind of meet the legal test statement. The preceding analysis in no way analyzes the full scope of the foreseeable plan and proposed land uses. And therefore,
all right, so let's make that comparison in two steps. First of all,
yes,
what does the EIS look at? And then after you're done with that, I'm going to ask you what should it have looked at. So first, describe what the EIS did.
Yes. Okay. The EIS looked at the impacts of this development. It did not look at projects in the pipeline. It did not look at likely proposed new projects in the future. I mean, heck, Quadrant owns property right next door. Quadrant Homes, rural. One would think they would be looking for a rezone. Warehouser as well. But aside from that, there are any number of projects that are being considered that will likely come on board in here and in North Bend. A lot of development going on in North Bend.
All right, well, you've sort of answered both of my questions at once. I asked you first, what did the EIS look at?
Yes, okay.
Mr. Derdowski, hold on. I do need you to stop when the objection is stated. So Ms. Kaler, please, your objection.
Objection, speculation.
Thank you. I just needed to be clearly heard. So thank you. Go ahead.
The DEIS.
So I heard you say that the EIS only looked at what? What did you say? Just a.
The DEIS only looked at its impacts. It did not look to any significant degree at any impacts on nearby properties.
All right.
It addressed briefly compatibility on adjacent properties, but what this clause in this DEIS or in this DEI section purports to say that and this is how developers will use this in the future. They'll say, oh, we already looked at that impact. This foregoing analysis encompasses existing, known, and reasonably foreseeable planned and proposed land uses. And therefore, this impact looks at the cumulative impact of all those developments. The DEIS did not look at anything beyond the adjacent, did not look at reasonable pipeline projects, didn't do it in deep. Other expert witnesses have testified to this effect. And now we have this sweeping statement that therefore they don't have to look at the cumulative impacts have all been addressed. That is a get out of jail free for any future major development that can say, we already looked at that impact.
Why is it important? Yeah. Why is it important that the EIS address not just only the impacts of this project, but also projects that it might catalyze and or cumulatively affect in the future, have cumulative effects with in the future?
Imagine a DEIS that is done that is in effect today for today's conditions, and that's all. Within a year, it is irrelevant. It is obsolete. The reason you look at future impacts is so that you can look ahead and anticipate future needs, whether it be utilities, whether it be a better jobs housing mix, fill in the blank of all the public interest components of what we consider when we do land use planning. And all of those require that you're able to give an estimate. This project has a 15-year time horizon, which is some may opine it's not likely to be done in 15 years, but it has a 15-year time horizon. We should be looking at the impacts. The DEIS should be looking at everything that's going to take place in the next 15 years in North Bend and Snoqualmie, unincorporated King County, should be looking at all of that. And it should be considered in each of the elements of the environment, whether it be transportation or fill in the blank. And it just simply was, it is breathtaking, the lack of that analysis based on my experience of looking at a lot of EISs.
And council has suggested that you're speculating when you say there's going to be more development than the EIS addresses. Why can you respond to that concern that this is, you're just speculating?
Well, okay. Speculating is a kind of a loaded term.
Yes.
So in other words, I am just like you speculate. There's all sorts of.
I am mindful of a court case that says environmental impact statements inherently involve speculation. It needs to be reasonable speculation.
Well, here's the thing. The applicant would have us believe that there's room for another Woodinville in Snoqualmie. And if that isn't speculative, I don't know what is. And so everything in this DEIS is speculative in that sense. My common sense and the reading that I do, I read newspapers, I pay attention, I'm out in that district, I talk to people. In fact, am involved in land use issues in those other jurisdictions. And I can tell you from personal experience that there are projects being considered now. There are development proposals that are in the pipeline that will proceed. And all of those developments will have impacts on elements of the environment. And taken together with this project, that is the definition of cumulative impact. And this DEIS that has not a scintilla of information about those projects purports in this sentence to say that its analysis has addressed the cumulative impacts. It's breathtaking, breathtaking.
All right. So I was about to move to the issue of the phased review, and some of our witnesses have already spoken to that issue. For instance, with regard to wetlands and water supply, questions have been raised about whether the EIS has improperly deferred analysis of phase 2 and 3 impacts. Do you have testimony regarding those issues as it relates to the scope of this appeal?
Mr. Brickland, I have pages and pages. And
so we don't have pages and pages of time. So
outside the scope of
can you
this
summarize your
objection?
Yeah, there's an objection.
The question is calling for testimony that's outside the scope of this witness's expertise and the subject on which he was identified to testify. Utilities is not part of that.
And the applicant joins.
Applicant joins, again, the items that are listed for what this witness is going to testify about don't include the items that were identified.
Mr. Brickland, can you ask a question that focuses the testimony of the witness on his stated area of expertise?
Well, his stated area of expertise is growth management, and environmental review, and certainly the improper use of phasing as related to the specific issues that are in play, I think is within the scope of his testimony and the scope of the appeal.
So long as the phasing testimony is related to the land use impacts that he was identified as speaking to, that I'll hear it.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Madam Examiner, just a clarification that the witness was not identified as a SEPA expert or to testify generally on the scope of environmental review.
I see that. Thank you. So can you please restate your question, Mr. Brickland?
Sure. Mr. Dudowski, do you have an opinion regarding the project, or the EIS's, excuse me? Do you have an opinion regarding the EIS's use of phasing and the with regard to the land use issues that you've been discussing?
Yes. I will not recount what the law says about when phasing is appropriate, about going from broad to narrow, and when phasing is appropriate, when it's not, and when it's illegal segmentation. That's a legal thing. I'm not qualified to offer an opinion on. You certainly are, more than most anybody I've ever known. And so I'm sure that will be addressed. So what I can offer is common sense. And that is to say that that phase 1, 2, and 3 are being proposed here as a project that will be covered with a development agreement, with a subsequent development agreement, and will therefore vest and have certain conditions applied to it that the public, that we do not know the full scope of what those are going to be. So we have phase 1 that has some detail, and it's coming in, and it's got 2 and 3 attached to it that's wanting to piggyback onto phase 1 for the purpose, it appears, or it could appear to someone, of nailing down certain conditions and vesting to certain regulations. However, they could not be different.
Objection, Ms. Examiner. I don't think this is about the EIS here. I'm hearing testimony about the development agreement. I'm not hearing testimony about the EIS.
So again, I need to rule on that. Mr. Durdowski, encouraging you to speak to the SEPA review,
Yes,
land use impacts.
And explain how the development agreement relates to the SEPA review.
Yes. Well, sure. The FEIS assumes that that there will be a development agreement. That therefore the level of detail, the way the FEIS is one of its foundational assumptions is that this is just one part of the review process. That there will be a subsequent, there will be implementing permits, but there will also be a development agreement. The development agreement, I have another section written just for that. I'd rather not go into the development agreement right now. I'd rather that be a separate thing. Can I talk about the phase review first?
That's what I'm asking you to do, yes.
Okay. Phase 2 and 3 are substantially different in character than phase 1. They are just night and day. There's no reason they should be linked in this way. They should either have phase 1 stand on its own with everything it has, and phase 2 and 3 should be completely separate applications. They're so incredibly different. But what appears to be happening is that some important regulations on phase 2 and 3 are being nailed down without the requisite detail that's needed to be able to apply those conditions.
So let's stop right there. let's
Yes.
stop right there. You say some important regulations are being nailed down. Is that a,
Objection.
I haven't asked the
Again,
question yet.
Yes,
No,
she's
she's objecting to the testimony.
I'm
Yes.
objecting to this line of testimony, which I just heard, and pardon for not getting to my unmute fast enough. But again, I'm not hearing anything about the EIS. This seems to be, again, testimony about the development agreement.
You know,
So
we would really move
I-
through things a lot faster if I could get like 2 or 3 questions out in a row and link things up instead of being interrupted at every sentence.
And I believe there's a possible connection that the purpose of the testimony is to address the adequacy of EIS review in light of the proposed or contemplated development agreement. So I see this as within the scope, and I'm going to hear the testimony. And I understand everybody needs to make their record and protect their record, but we'll get through it faster if we let the man testify and then you address it on cross-examination. So please do be mindful of making only objections that are absolutely necessary for your record.
Yes, let me be precise. Let me do what I do best, and I'll be expeditious at this. First, reading from the staff report, the illustrative plan.
Actually, Mr. Dudowski, I'm sorry to interrupt this time, but you had just said that
Yep.
the approval that is being sought from the city's hearing examiner here would, I don't remember your exact words, but basically establish the rules or set the regulations, not just for phase 1, but for phase 2 and phase 3 as well. Is that your testimony?
That's exactly right.
And is it your testimony that if the examiner is being asked to establish the rules that will apply to the development in phase 2 and phase 3, that there needs to be more information in the EIS about the impacts that would flow from the development in phase 2 and phase 3?
No, absolutely right. And there's a darn good reason why the EIS doesn't have that information. It's because it wasn't provided. You know, to give you an example, the applicant provided illustrative plans. They called it illustrative plans prepared by Miller Hole Partnerships. That's in the applicant's submittal. And it says that it provides this. The FEIS used this illustrative plan. Now since then, the applicant has provided more detail, and I've described what that detail is, but none of that additional detail is in the DEIS. Remember, this application was updated just 2 weeks ago. None of that information is in the DEIS. The point
is
here,
not only that, does the EIS not only fail to include that additional description of the project, but also fail to analyze the impacts associated with that more detailed information?
absolutely right. You can't analyze the impacts if you don't have the details. And so there has to be, in my opinion, the examiner's got one difficult job, a very difficult job of segmenting those conditions that are appropriate to nail down now for the site versus those that should not be nailed down for 2 and 3. And frankly, most of them should not be nailed down at all because there's not enough information to support it, either in either record, in either the plan hearing or the FEIS hearing. That there's not enough in the DEIS to get to that. In addition to that, the FEIS is based on a phased approach and it assumes sequential development. The fundamental review of this DEIS is that it's sequential. But if you look at the applicant's documents, it says, it states this: it should be noted that site development, and a word missing, these planning areas may not be sequential. Site development is fluid based on market and economic demand for the type of development ultimately proposed. In other words,
Wait, time out. What document are you citing?
I'm citing the applicant's application. That they state that this or it's a findings of fact. It could be either one. It could be a findings of fact or the applicant's statement, the application. But they make this statement that these planning areas may not be sequential. Site development is fluid based on market and economic demand for the type of development ultimately proposed. But the FEIS is based on a phased approach that assumes sequential development. The whole analysis collapses. The fear that I have, throughout my experience, you lose everything on implementation. It isn't on the studies. And so as soon as, if this FEIS is signed and certified, and if it's based on sequential development, and if this applicant, and the city lets them do it, says, well, we're going to skip this and we're going to do this instead, they got to go back in and reopen the DEI, the FEIS, and do a supplemental. And if they're not, in my experience, that seldom happens. So you got to nail these things down now. The point here is that that is one objection to the phased analysis. There are others.
Well, in fact, in that scenario, wouldn't they likely point to the statement that you just quoted that that the sequence might shift and say, look, we already covered that possibility.
We told you that. We told you that. I think it's a finding.
So if this EIS is stated to
Objection,
address,
again, the question that they're called for speculation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speculation
So-
noted.
so if the EIS states that, or if the applicant materials state that they're not tied into a specific sequence, would it have been important for the EIS to address that scenario as well as the stated sequence?
Absolutely. Yes, it would be a very inadequate DEIS that did not accurately describe what the application is. And if the application is not going to provide sequential development, then the DEIS should have assumed that, and it did not do that. There's some other things.
I want to change subjects on you here, Mr. Dudowski, in the
Sure.
interest of moving through. You're aware, I assume, that the, hold on one second. Seeking,
We lost Mr. Brickland, so
uh-oh, hold on.
wait,
I back?
You're back. You're back.
Sorry. I assume you're aware, Mr. Dudowski, that in addition to seeking the examiner's approval of a certain mix of land uses and such, that the application also seeks approval of various deviations from standard code provisions. Are you aware
Yes.
of that part of the proposal?
Yes, I went through those.
And do you have an opinion as to whether the EIS has adequately addressed the impact of those deviations if they were to be approved?
No.
Wait, you don't have an opinion, or you do?
I do. I absolutely have.
Objection outside the scope of the appeal as well as outside the scope of the identified witness testimony. Issue number 5 does not address deviations.
Couldn't allow this testimony.
Thank you. It does apply to code, the deviations from code. I went through those deviations very, very carefully. I looked at the code. I looked at the interaction, the different sections of the code, and I took each deviation and analyzed it with respect to the code and the DE and the EIS. The first thing that can be said about this is a general comment, and that is that the purpose of applying conditional uses, a conditional use permit, is to be able to.
Let me just jump in. This really feels like testimony on the PCI plan. We're not in that portion of the hearing.
Yes.
I need this testimony to be specific to the environmental review conducted in the EIS.
Okay, here goes. Here's the foundation for it. The FEIS has to assume a set of regulations and development regulations. It assumes that, for example, in wetlands, it makes a statement that that the city has extensive regulations that deal with wetlands. It makes that assumption. It's based on that there's going to be regulations that are going to get the job done. Now, if there's a deviation that changes substantially that regulation in such a way that there's a significant adverse environmental impact, and then that means that the FEIS is not accurate because it doesn't address that. And none of the deviations have been looked at in the FEIS. One of the reasons for that is because the details of those were not fully known until 2 weeks ago. And so there is a SEPA gap here. The FEIS relies on regulations, fine. to the extent that a deviation might result in a significant adverse environmental impact, then that is a problem. That's a problem. And so now the question becomes, if some of the deviations go to conditional use permit processes, what is the review that's done in a conditional use permit? And if you don't do that, will those impacts have some other way of being addressed? So if you systematically go through the conditional use permit criteria, and it's complicated because there's performance standards too. You got to go to different sections in the code to see how they apply, what conditional use permits are all about. So you go to each one and you say, okay, the conditional use permit process, the hearing examiner's findings for a CUP are the following. You look at each one and you say, okay, if we don't do that, is it going to get done? And if we don't look at it for this project, will there be a significant adverse environmental impact? And I believe there will be.
Madam Examiner, I'm sorry to interrupt again. Conditional use permit processes versus other subsequent is not an identified issue in the appeal. And again, it's outside the scope of this witness's identified testimony, which was impacts to land use and specifically references to population in issue number 5. We have gone way afield for this witness's expertise is identified area as well as the issues that are part of the appeal.
I do feel that this testimony is more related to the PCI plan than it is to the SEPA appeal. And so in that regard, I would like to have testimony redirected perhaps onto a different point. I feel like this point has been made in any case. So I note the objection and I'm going to ask you to redirect back into a SEPA appeal category within the scope of the appeal and within the witness's identified range of testimony.
Fair enough. I just want to make sure that that the record is clear that Mr. Dudowski's opinion, as I heard it, and maybe I could just ask him if this is correct, and then I can move on. That the deviations, and he was talking about he talked about a wetland example, also conditional use permit example, and that if those deviations are approved, then subsequent implementing projects are going to be held to less demanding standards, if you will. Projects exempt from the CUP criteria, for instance, will no longer have to meet those CUP criteria. And the delta there, the difference between reviewing a future project pursuant to the CUP rules or the current wetland rules versus the lesser rules that would apply if there's a deviation, that there's a difference in the environmental impacts that would result. And this EIS has not addressed those different environmental impacts. Is that a decent summary? Maybe not the best.
It is, but the best way to illustrate this and to serve the hearing examiner to the best of my ability based on what she needs and what she said she needs is this. Go to the wetlands section, and the plan does the wetlands sections and the deviations that relate to these are the following: SMC 15.18.180. That code is not being followed because there has to be a finding that before you use wetlands for drainage facilities, you have certain findings you have to make. Secondly, code SMC 19.12.
I'm going to object. This witness was not identified to discuss wetland impacts, and nor stormwater, which is not an appeal issue, which is what he started to talk about. And so I would object, both because stormwater is not an appeal issue and because he was not identified to talk about wetlands.
He was identified to discuss development regulations. These are development regulations. He's talking about the impacts of reducing the substantive mandates in the development regulations.
Development regulations
and the fact that wasn't addressed in the EIS. And so I feel like that point has been made. I'd like to move on.
All right. So that point's been made, Mr. Dudowski.
And
Let's-
this acknowledges the objections, and it also keeps us within the scope. So let's do
Thank
this.
you.
Just for the record, there are 3 other sections that aren't being applied: buffer averaging and others.
I'm aware of the deviations that are
Okay.
requested, but again, we're in the SEPA appeal portion of the proceeding. I understand
thank you.
your point.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
All right, so let me scroll down and catch up here.
I do have one comment on the EIS.
Yes, please.
And that is that that the information in the DEI in the FEIS with respect to mitigations for certain elements of the environment were not carried through as conditions of approval. And so in addition to
And so I'm
deviation.
going to object here again. Miss Examiner, this is not actually a comment again about the EIS. This is a comment about the conditions of approval for the PCI plan, which there was a separate hearing on.
I really don't want to talk about the PCI plan, except to the extent that it in any way informs the SEPA appeal discussion that we are supposed to be having.
So let me ask the question this way, Mr. Dudowski. Did the EIS assume in its analysis of impacts that certain mitigating conditions would be imposed on the project? Yes or no?
Yes.
And if those mitigating conditions were not followed through and included in the permit, would the environmental impacts of the project be different than as analyzed in the EIS? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
I feel that point has been successfully made.
Thank you. Let's move on to the growth assumptions, Mr. Dudowski. Have you analyzed the environmental impact statements analysis that was based on the growth assumptions in the EIS?
Yes.
All right, and what did you find there?
Let me get down to it. And please forgive me. You know, I've created hundreds of pages on this.
Please don't read them all.
I will not. Not this topic.
We
Not
just
this
scrolled
topic.
past many of them, Your Honor.
Yeah,
You'll be
no,
glad to
yeah.
know. This is
And
why it's
so
going to take them a few minutes to catch up to me.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's and for the sake of ease of
Or
what I
As
what I
examiner, I
did.
guess I'm supposed to say.
Yeah, I'm sorry. In some cases, I took documents and made freestanding documents to make it easier to find. And that hasn't worked. Just a minute here. It's here.
I believe you. Mr. Brickland, I've lost track of your question.
Okay, I think I got it.
Growth assumptions.
Excuse me. Madam Examiner, forgive me for interrupting you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just wanted to be reminded what we're going to. Growth
Yes.
assumptions.
Okay, so, all right. Let's start here. All right. Okay. First of all, the city adopted a resolution where it promised to comply with the Puget Sound Regional Council's guidelines on targeted growth, because the Puget Sound Regional Council communicated to the city that it was in violation of its growth targets. That resolution.
Sorry, is the exhibit or something that the witness is referring to that we can?
There's a public record. It's resolution number 1380.
Thank you.
That resolution, number 1380, establishes the city's policy on in response to the Puget Sound Regional Council's correspondence. That resolution.
And excuse me,
it's not-
Mr. Dudowski, apologies. Mr. Brooklyn, is this in the record somewhere? Can I just have an exhibit number?
I don't know if it's in the record or not. It
I
doesn't
don't believe
need,
it is.
doesn't need to be. He can make reference to
it's- this
documents
is-
that aren't in the record.
I'm just checking. Is it in the record?
I don't know.
It
Okay.
is not.
Great.
Okay,
Continue.
can I proceed? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I will not discuss in detail the nature of the Puget Sound Regional Council's role and the Growth Management Planning Council's role in establishing growth forecasts and targets. In my reading of the various documents, in my opinion, the city is mischaracterizing the nature of those targets. The DEIS makes reference to them as they're not caps. And therefore, I guess they can be ignored. I was involved personally in hours and hours and hours of debate over the policy questions related to caps versus targets and maximums.
Madam Examiner, I'm sorry, I'm going to interpose an objection. The law in Washington is very clear that post hoc statements by legislators about intent or of legislation is not admissible to speak to the interpretation of the legislation in question. This is entirely irrelevant and improper.
It wasn't being offered for the interpretation of the legislation. Hey, the witness, continue.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, the witness can continue.
I'm familiar with what they mean, and a target is a goal, is something that should be used as the foundational number around which all the other elements of the comprehensive plan should revolve around. Now, cities have latitude. The Puget Sound Regional Council targets come in the form of ranges. So there's a high range, mid range, low range. The cities have a flexibility in choosing a target. It is, in my opinion, it is an unusual thing for a regional council made up of elected officials from cities and counties to issue a letter saying you're out of compliance with growth targets. There's a reason they do this. They do this because they are the agency, the gatekeeper for federal funds for road projects. And that if they do not properly address the issue of growth and forecasting, that jeopardizes federal funding.
So, Mr. Dudowski, let
Yes.
me bring you back to the EIS.
Yes.
How does your the information you have regarding these growth targets weigh on your analysis of whether the EIS is adequate or not? How does
Sure.
it impact the EIS?
Well, let's quote the city. The city states
In the
in
EIS?
there is a finding of fact that refers to the EIS. And it says the following.
The finding of fact from the staff report on the PCI plan?
No, yes, but it refers to the EIS. In other words, it states this. The EIS evaluated housing population and employment. It starts out with that sentence. So I'm thinking that a condition of approval that starts out with that sentence is fair game for me to address because the condition says the EIS evaluated housing population and employment. And it goes on. It's a finding of fact. The project would accommodate population growth of approximately 304 persons and job growth of approximately 3,410 employees by 2032. Population and employment growth is not adverse environmental impacts in themselves. Here's the operative sentence. The increases, it is a sentence I'm highlighting. The increases in population, housing, and employment associated with the project are consistent with growth anticipated by the city. Now, that is a false statement because one goes to the resolution where the city says we're going to do a better job of complying. One goes to another document that I'm not allowed to talk about that also describes what the city's policies are with respect to growth, not only for this site, but for the whole area, for the whole city. And this number is way out of whack with all of the adopted policies that the city has in place. It's a false state. This finding of fact, if true, is false.
So you're saying this finding of fact, in other words, you're saying, if true, you're saying that if the finding of fact is accurately summarizing the EIS,
Correct.
the EIS itself is inaccurate.
Correct.
For the
The
reasons you just
DEIS
stated.
the DEIS is also inaccurate in this way. The DEIS does not consider the additional demand for housing of 340 employees and only 160 houses. There's no analysis of that. It is way beyond the city's forecasted housing. Where are those people going to live? There's no analysis of that. It doesn't consider the effect of that, of where those people are going to live. That is significant. However, interestingly, the plan cites the fact that the fact that some people are going to want to live and work nearby as a positive thing, because it's going to reduce transportation emissions and congestion. So on one hand, the plan says that because we have all these employees, people are going to have a place to work. They're going to live in town. They're going to not have to drive to Redmond. Going to save emissions, but it doesn't consider any other impact, only something that they think might benefit them. So it doesn't look at this gross imbalance between jobs and housing. To add 3,400 houses and 3,400 jobs and 160 houses is, in my opinion, as a former policymaker and as an analyst of this stuff, is just grossly out of whack. It's very poor policy. But poor policy is one thing. Poor analysis is another. The DEIS does not look at this.
All right. We're getting close to the end here. I'm going to skip over the development agreement section, Mr. Dudowski.
Mr. Bricklin?
Yes.
I hope you want to do that. Because there is a statement that should be considered.
It really needs to be in the context of the adequacy of the EIS.
Yes, I will. I will.
All right. Well, address that then, please.
Yes. In my opinion, we must be cautious and make sure that the development agreement is not used to evade SEPA requirements. There is there's a statement that the city made that there will be additional state environmental policy review for subsequent phases of development. In that the development agreement would only consider additional state SEPA review for subsequent phases of development. In other words, the SEPA analysis is being deferred to the development agreement. I don't believe that's appropriate. I think that all of the environmental impacts need to be addressed at this stage and not punted to the development agreement stage. And the reason it's being punted is because the design
Objection. Again, beyond the scope of the identified witness testimony and beyond the scope of the identified SEPA appeal issue. The witness is just opining.
I'm going to note your objection. I'm going to allow this statement. I hope that it's going to be
Finish quickly, Mr. Dudowski.
Yeah. Yes. There is no defined process for how the development agreement is going to address SEPA-related issues on aspects that have not been properly defined because of the inadequate DEIS and the improper use of phasing. That because of the nature of the DEIS, its phasing, its lack of specificity, its inconsistency internally, there is a real need for very substantial additional SEPA review once these things get hammered out. And the only vehicle that appears to be out there is the development agreement. And my personal experience is in working with development agreements since they were authorized in 1995, based on personal experience, is that development agreements all too often stray into the arena of changing of allowing deviations and changes to development regulations, which they're not allowed to do under state law, but they tend to do that, in my opinion. And that is a major SEPA problem. And so a solution to this is to have a properly defined process for the development agreement to fill in the gap on SEPA, to make crystal clear. There should be a public hearing. There should be a SEPA determination. There should be a full-blown analysis to address all the things, all the loose ends in the
Well, let's
FEIS.
tie this, let's tie this to the current EIS. Is it your opinion that the current EIS does not address all the impacts that could result if the development agreements are used in the future as you've just described?
Well, the
Correct,
FEIS can, yeah, the FEIS can't anticipate that it's going to be a crummy development agreement or a good development agreement. But it ought to set out some performance standards as to what should be included.
All right. Let's move on then. I think you were then had a comment on the analysis of shoreline issues, but I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not sure whether shoreline issues are in the scope of our appeal.
It's land use. It's a
Well,
land use.
I guess shoreline is a land use issue. You're right.
Yep.
So
And
let
we
me
would-
ask
we would-
you.
And I'm sure predictably, we'll object to that. There is no specific mention of shoreline issues anywhere in this appeal. It is outside the scope of the appeal.
And I would agree with Mr. Derdowski that I misspoke it, because certainly shoreline land use is a element of land use. It's a very narrow geographic area, but it's certainly a land use issue.
When I did research,
Let me
Hold
just,
on.
let me just
I'm sorry.
discuss this. So again, we haven't spoken about whether or not shoreline issues are within the scope of the appeal. I am persuaded that shoreline land uses are land uses. However, please keep in mind, flooding, floodplains, these types of things are expressly excluded. Mr. Sturbank?
Yeah, we're going to be very,
And
it's
just
going to be a very
briefly-
narrow issue, actually.
Okay.
Just
don't know that we need
briefly,
all this
issue
debate.
5, Madam Examiner, does not challenge the EIS generally as to land use. It says, it talks about impacts to growth for the city, and then it talks about the Psrc population targets about which Mr. Derdowski just testified. It doesn't say anything else generally about land use. So there just isn't that general appeal issue hanging out there for the appellants to try to hang all of these various testimonial topics on.
And I would agree with that, Ms. Examiner. The appeal document itself does not include the word shoreline, and it also does not include a challenge broadly to the discussion of land use in the EIS. It's simply not an appeal issue
I
with a
feel
very
like
limited exception of growth.
we had the conversation yesterday about the topics that Mr. Derdowski was going to address, or the day before, and land use was specifically discussed at the time. It is identified in his witness disclosure. Further, I'm not persuaded that he is only speaking to appeal issue 5. As Mr. Brickland pointed out, there are at least 1 or 2 other areas in the appeal where the information he is listed as addressing can be considered, including appeals issues 6F and 7. They've said this is going to be brief testimony. If it's going to be irrelevant, if it's outside the scope of the appeal, I will stop the testimony. I don't know what they're going to speak about. I don't feel like stopping him before he tells me what he's going to speak about.
Thank you. Mr. Derdowski, does the EIS analysis of land use issues in the shoreline assume that the city's shoreline master program would be applied to the proposed development?
yes,
And is that assumption that the EIS is built on an accurate assumption?
no.
And
There are.
why do you state that?
Well, okay. So when I became aware that my scope of testimony may be limited and land use was a part of it, because I had not constructed my testimony in that way, I did a deep dive on what's known about the definition of land use. So I went to the Department of Ecology.
Wait, I don't need you to explain why shoreline is part of land use. I want you to
Okay.
explain why is the assumption that you just stated that there's an assumption in the EIS when they analyze shoreline land uses that the project would be subject to the city's shoreline master program. You said that assumption was not correct. Why? What's your
Okay.
basis for saying that assumption is not correct?
Sure. What they did not do and what they should have done is to take the shoreline master plan and take all of its definitions and all of its regulations,
Policies and regs.
policies, yes, and done an overlay with the plan and look for consistency. The DEIS should have done this. Because if the DEIS assumes certain land uses, and it does an analysis based on those land uses, and it does it in the locations of the proposal, and if that is the assumptions that go into it, and if those assumptions turn out to be inconsistent with the shoreline master plan, then they are based on false assumptions, because there has to be consistency between the shoreline master plan and the DEIS. The fact that they did not, the fact that they are proposing activities within this proposal that conflict with the Shoreline Management Act or plan, and that those uses and conflicts are embedded in the DEIS and analyzed by the DES, and the DEIS didn't identify the inconsistency, is a real red flag. And why did it not identify the consistency? Is because they didn't do the analysis. They didn't do an overlay. They didn't compare the plan proposal and its land uses and the shoreline master plan and its regulations, marry them up and say, is it even possible if we do apply the shoreline master plan to this? Because if it did, it might change the locations. You see, that's the essence. That's why you do this analysis. You don't do the analysis to kill something. You do the analysis to have it come out right. And we have the last thing you want to do is put a stamp of approval on the FEIS and then later find out that the shoreline master plan doesn't let you do some of it. Because then what? You got to go back in and look at the environmental impacts. Do the analysis first.
Okay.
They didn't do it.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all we have for this witness.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Dudowski. Stand around.
Thank you. Good luck.
you have the-
Good luck
No,
and Godspeed. Godspeed to
No,
you.
you're not
Madam Chairman.
leaving yet, Mr. Dudowski.
Yeah, you're not
I thought I was
leaving.
leaving. Okay.
Yeah, because the
Oh, that's right.
count-
There's the other side to this. Okay.
Yes.
Let's-
Here comes the guy that impugned my motives. And,
One
and
second,
slandered.
please. Let's not. I appreciate that you stood up for yourself against the statement that was made, but I don't want to devolve into an argument about that statement. I've noted that you've made that correction or assertion. Can I check in with counsel for applicant and city? Do you want to proceed with cross-examination now, or do you want to break? Either we could do one or both cross-examinations before breaking, or we could come back after lunch. Miss Kaler would be first.
Miss Examiner, I'm not sure who would go first. I don't have a lot for this witness, so I'm happy to go ahead.
proceed.
But I don't know if Mr. Sturbank has more.
I'll allow Ms. Kaler to take the lead, and then I can, since we may overlap,
Sure.
fill in following.
The reason I said Kaler first is because we've been hearing applicant first and then city
Yes.
cross-examination. So that's the order of operations. So Ms. Kaler, if you'd like to go before lunch, I'm happy to continue. So please, let's begin cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning still, Mr.
Good morning.
Dudowski.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Courtney Kaler. I'm representing the applicant, and I just have a couple of questions for you, not a lot. So first, we did hear about your qualifications with regard to land use matters. Can I ask you, have you ever served as a SEPA responsible official in a governmental position?
No, I have, however, written policies and guidelines and qualifications for them.
I heard that. Yes. No, my question was just whether you'd ever served as one. Thank you. And I'm just going to scroll here through my notes. I heard you talk a little bit about the extension of sewer, and I just wanted to be sure that I understood your testimony, one particular aspect of your testimony. Is it your understanding that this project will extend a sewer line into the rural area? And by that, I mean the area outside the city's urban growth boundary?
I'm trying to recall, well, as you know, sewer is not a topic that I was authorized to speak on.
I do, and thank you. And with regard to I'll say growth inducement, I think I heard you talk about sewer and the rural area. And so I'm solely asking about this in the context of your testimony on growth inducement, because that's what I heard. I didn't hear you talking about any technical things about sewer. I just wanted to know, was that an understanding that was the basis of your testimony or not? It's just to clarify. Do you believe there will be a sewer line extended outside the urban growth area boundary as part of this project?
I believe that one of the indirect effects of a project like this, of this scale.
And Mr. Dudowski, I appreciate, Mr. Dudowski, I've heard your testimony about indirect impacts. I'm just really asking a really narrow question right now about what this particular project is proposing. And I just want to clarify, is it your understanding that this project will extend a sewer line outside the urban growth area boundary?
Not as written, no.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dudowski, are you an economist?
I have a bachelor's degree in business and economics.
Okay. Have you ever worked as a practicing economist?
No. I have, however, advised on matters of economics over the years.
Mr. Dudowski, that's all I have for you.
Okay.
Ms. Kaler, I hope our paths cross again. And I was impressed, not that I'm entitled to an opinion, but I was impressed by your general demeanor.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on. Mr. Sturbank, do you have cross-examination questions for Mr. Dudowski?
I do. Thank you, Ms. Examiner. Good morning still, Mr. Dudowski. You were chatting a bit about the Psrc growth rates and whether the city is, in your opinion, about whether the city's in compliance with those. Are you aware that King County has, Psrc and King County have recently updated those growth rates and population employment projections?
Yes. I wasn't chatting. I think I was testifying about it, Mr. Sturbank.
All right. And your testimony, excuse me, your testimony pertained to, did it not, the prior growth rate, not the updated ones recently adopted by King County?
There are changes on those. I think you may be in error, Mr. Sturbank.
All right, let me show you a document then.
Yes.
If I may.
Those new documents are not, they're feeding into the 2024, but until they're fully adopted, I don't think they're fully adopted, Mr. Sturbank.
I'm going to share screen, Madam Examiner.
This is an exhibit, Mr. Sturbank.
It is not. I can make it an exhibit, and it is an adopted King County ordinance, so the examiner could take notice anyway. What I put on the screen is ordinance 19-384, and just a clarification for the record, it notes the sponsor is Dembowski, which is a different person than the witness, Mr. Durdowski.
You know that we're constantly confused. We're old friends, actually. Goes back
So
25 years.
are you familiar with this ordinance, Mr.
This
Durdowski?
is my adopted kid. No,
All right, so this is the
I mean, general.
I will represent general. This updates the King County countywide planning policies and updates as well the population and employment allocations to individual jurisdictions. So you're not familiar with this.
I'm
What
familiar
is-
with it in general,
okay,
but not that ordinance.
What
all
what
right.
is the,
Yeah, I'm-
excuse me,
yeah.
excuse me, what is the date of this ordinance?
Just
I need the number 2.
just a moment, please. I'm going to stop sharing so that will actually allow me to get to the last page. And then I'll put it back up for Mr. Brickland. It's a 2021.
And you said it was not an exhibit. Was it referenced in the EIS?
It was not. This is a rebuttal exhibit to address Mr. Durdowski's testimony.
No, but I'm just, if it was not referenced in the EIS, I don't know how it could be used to rehabilitate the adequacy of the EIS if the EIS did not rely on it.
We can certainly have that argument afterwards.
Well, I'd
Examiner,
move to- I would request that there not be examination based on this document if the document was not part of the basis for the EIS.
May I respond? Do I need to respond, Mr. Examiner?
You can respond.
The challenge as to whether or not there are unidentified impacts arising out of exceeding population projections. If those projections have been changed, the entire argument is moot. And as I noted, this document is something that the examiner is entitled to notice as an adopted resolution. And as well, the city of Snoqualmie has ratified it and through resolution 1608, which is another document that the examiner may judicially notice.
So I would, in addition to my original objection that since the EIS did not rely on it, it can't be relevant here to sustain the EIS, but further, council was aware of Mr. Durdowski since the initial disclosures, and they had the opportunity in their second round of documents to identify this document. They were aware that growth projections were at issue. They didn't identify the document, so that's an additional grounds for excluding it now.
As we've seen, Ms. Examiner, Mr. Durdowski's testimony has been broad and wide-ranging and couldn't been anticipated by any of us here. It went well beyond what he was identified to speak on.
Population
just-
forecasts.
Let me just decide. I am not going to admit these resolutions and ordinances as exhibits, but I am entitled to judicially notice them, and I will have I'll let this question and answer exchange based on them occur, and then I will decide whether or not that information is inappropriately supportive of the FEIS in my written decision.
Thank you.
So I need the numbers of the ordinances if I'm going to notice them.
All right, the ordinance is King County Ordinance 19384. And it is the City of Snoqualmie Resolution 1608, ratifying the 2021 King County countywide planning policies.
All right, and so this line of questioning is specifically addressing Mr. Durdowski's testimony about growth rates being inconsistent.
Sure. Happy
Just-
to do it.
I'm just checking. That's where we're going with this.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
And I've just
If I could proceed, counsel.
Well, wait.
Can
no, have
I
a
answer the question?
I
No,
can't
hold
have
on.
y'all talk at once. I can't have y'all talk at once. I'm gonna go in the order that you're on my screen from right to left. Bricklin, Sturbank, Derdowski. Yes.
I've pulled that document up on my computer. It's 124 pages.
141, Mr. Bricklin.
Well, mine, it shows
100.
124,
Okay,
but in
got
any
it.
event, in any event, I believe the witness should have an opportunity to review the document before he's asked questions about it. And he should be, Mr. Derdowski, do you have a copy of it there on your screen? Is that, I gather that's the case?
I do, and I've been scanning it, and I think Mr. Sturbank may have opened up a can of worms he may not wish to have opened.
All right, I'll let it go.
Mr. Sturbank.
Thank you. Mr. Bricklin had previously asked for the date, and the
Yeah.
date of its adoption is December 14, 2021. So Mr. Derdowski, you're generally familiar with this,
Yes,
and you would agree it adjusts the population allocations for jurisdictions within King County, yes?
yes, but it's a multi-part process. Remember, the Puget Sound Regional Council has its role as well.
Correct. And we can speak about that later. And you're aware that the city of Snoqualmie has ratified this King County ordinance?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. And Ms. Examiner, I've referenced the parties to resolution 1608, but the witness is not familiar with that. So I will move on. We don't need to speak to him.
Well, I'm
About that.
not familiar with the fact that the city adopted those countywide planning policies.
Okay.
I assume, Mr. Sturbank, that it's going to implement those plans into its 2024 update. Is that correct? Because that's the purpose of adopting this.
So Mr. Derdowski, showing you resolution 1608. Do you see that on the screen? Yes. Do you see it?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. And you see in the title, it indicates that it's ratifying the 2021 amendments to the King County
Yes.
countywide planning policies. Okay. And I'll show you the operative paragraph in section 1. You see that as well.
Can I see those whereases?
I'm asking you
Can I
to
ask a
look at
question about it? I'd like
section
to
1
see
if
the
you would, please.
I would object
Yeah,
if council's at,
This is-
excuse
I'm
me,
asking him about the operative section of the resolution.
So
I understand that.
I'm
I
gonna
would have,
time. I'm gonna stop this because the witness hasn't had time to read and be familiar with either ordinance, and council has brought them to my attention. I may or may not notice them. They may or may not be relevant. I don't want to belabor this point.
All right. Thank
I
you.
don't want to ask him questions about a document he has not an opportunity to read.
thank you.
Just stop sharing there then.
Thank you. Alternatively, we can break for lunch and assign him some reading.
I'll
I read
try not to
fast.
do that.
Yeah.
Mr. Derdowski, you were talking a bit about pipeline projects. Are there specific pipeline projects in the city of Snoqualmie that you believe should have been analyzed?
I'm not aware of any specific project.
Okay. Any specific projects in unincorporated King County that you believe should have been analyzed?
I don't recall all of these projects. I review broad summaries. I don't remember their names. What I do know, and North Bend as well.
I'm just
I keep
asking
track-
any,
because I
if
get-
you can
I get-
identify any specific ones, please, that you believe should have been identified.
In my recollection, I can't come up with names. I know there are projects in North Bend, unincorporated King County, and Snoqualmie that and in the valley below that should be factored in. I can't name them. I don't know the details about them. I get summaries and I get notices. I get SEPA notices and things of that sort. So but I just don't recall the projects. But it's
Okay.
easy to do a search on this.
All right, but just backing up, you said a moment ago that there weren't any specific projects in Snoqualmie that should have been analyzed.
You know, I'd have to think about that, Bob, because
Well, so as you sit here right now, you can't identify any.
as I sit here right now, I can't recall.
Okay.
I know there are some, I just can't recall them.
All right, thanks. And
Remember, there's, Mr. Survey, remember that there's the Snoqualmie Ridge is continuing to have permit activity. And there's been some news about some of that development out there in the ridge. It's not, what percentage is Snoqualmie Ridge developed right now?
can you tell me?
I don't know, but what percentage? I'm asking. I don't know.
This is not the nature of this conversation. We aren't going to have
Yeah.
like a chat, a question and answer exchange. I just want to have cross-examination questions
Yes.
of Mr. Durdowski about his testimony.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Examiner. Mr. Durdowski, you were also talking about the SEPA environmental review process. I think at one point you talked about supplemental environmental review. You're familiar generally with what a supplemental EIS is?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And when phased review is being utilized, supplemental EIS is an option for subsequent phases, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, supplementals can be done at any time when there's a significant adverse environmental impact that needs to be identified. You can do that at any stage of review. The problem is it often isn't done.
Right.
Usually it's done by addendums.
If you can just answer my questions, we can move along faster. So, for example, a supplemental EIS could be utilized for planning areas 2 and 3, correct?
Yes, if this thing's approved, they better do one.
All right, thank you. And you were talking a little bit about your background. Do you have a consulting business right now?
No, I'm retired.
You're retired. Okay.
Sometime. I love the Snoqualmie Valley,
All right.
and it would break my heart to have it ruined.
I think everyone on this call is committed to the Snoqualmie Valley, but I appreciate your statement. So you're not asserting that the basis of your expertise is consulting business or consulting experience, are you?
This experience. I mean, something I consult with people all the time. You don't have to be paid to be a consultant. And I work on good causes. In fact, nearly for 2 decades, nearly all of my work, nearly all of it is pro bono, because people need help, because they're up against people that aren't looking out after the public interest. And so they need help. That's where I come in.
And it's sort of in a citizen activist role, is that fair to say?
No, I'm proud to be an active citizen. I don't use citizen activist because it's used as a derogatory term for a lot of people.
I'm not using it in any way, but you've described your business that way before, have you not?
I describe my activities as an active citizen to go out and help good causes that are working on the public interest, not exclusively in land use, but anywhere where people are dealing with the abuse of power, or people are outgunned by people with a private interest, and they can't afford the attorneys and the experts and everybody else to compete. And I tell you, it's a wonderful thing to see groups stand up for what they believe in and scan. The individuals that scan are bleeding on this project for the sake of their community, and everything comes out of their pocket and they can't write off a single thing. And it's an unfair process. And so,
all right, I'll stop you there. I appreciate you sharing your perspective, but
yeah,
that goes a little beyond what I was asking. And then one other thing, I heard you take umbrage about prior characterization of your work on Sammamish, and I just wanted to understand because I believe I said that you had opposed roads on Sammamish Plateau, and you were objecting, and you said that's not true. Is that where you were?
Oh, what I said was that,
I mean, I just object that this is collateral to the issues before the examiner, and we don't really want to go down this road.
I do feel that this isn't, I don't understand how it can be relevant to the FEIS. If this is just to clean up the comment before, I don't care. I don't think that's relevant.
The only thing in order is an apology.
Hold on, Mr.
Durdowski.
Let me ask Mr. Sturbank, is it needed for your case, or are you just trying to clean up what happened yesterday, or his assessment of what you said previously?
I was just going to show the witness a written statement of his to clean up that issue. But if the examiner doesn't believe that it's bears on credibility of the witness, then I'll leave it alone.
I feel like this is a dispute that takes place better outside the record.
or in a bar complaint, Madam Examiner.
Oh, please, let's not escalate things at this time in this proceeding. So other cross-examination based on his testimony?
One moment, please. I don't believe so. Oh, Mr. Dudowski, with respect to the shoreline master plan, are you saying that you believe that the PCI plan is inconsistent with the city's adopted shoreline master program?
I believe, here's what I stated. The FEIS needed to have done a side-by-side comparison to take the shoreline master plan and all of its and the regulated portions and what limitations there would be for those various portions and compare it to the proposal, the plan, and its regulations. I did not do a thorough comparison. The DEIS should have done that. But what I did do.
But you're not saying that the proposal is inconsistent with the city's shoreline master program. You didn't do that.
My
analysis. You're just saying that the DEIS should have done it.
It should have, but also my quick read, it was not thorough, but my quick read suggests that there are inconsistencies. And so it should have been compared.
And were you looking at the city's updated shoreline master program?
I was looking at the documents I could find on the website, which, by the way, you guys should have a public interest oriented person give you advice on how to have your website be more citizen friendly.
Could we?
But yes.
Okay.
Okay. So,
yeah.
So do I understand? You're not sure if you looked at the current version of the master
I looked at the one that's on the website.
All right.
I didn't check the dates.
All right. Thank you. No further questions, Ms. Examiner.
All right. And let me just check with Mr. Bricklin. Is there a brief redirect for this witness, or are we done with his testimony?
We are done.
Okay. I just want to say, Mr. Dudowski, clearly there is a universe of information in your head you'd like to share. Thank you for trying to print it down and keep it within the scope of these proceedings. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your public service.
All right. I think that concludes this witness. I believe at this point, the appellant, and you're welcome to stay and listen, but so we're done with your testimony.
I've been sitting through the whole thing and I will continue to.
Okay, great. It'd be great if you would mute and unshare your video.
Oh, I don't know how to do. Okay, there you go. I thought you would do that for me.
Oh, they may. You're right. They may. I just want to check in with appellants before lunch. I think when we come back, we are going to have testimony from Wayne Russell. Is that correct?
If Ms. Klingen has been able to make that
that's right.
connection, otherwise we're going to just proceed with the respondent's case.
Okay. Okay. And so when we get back from lunch, Ms. Klingen, you can update us on what we're doing. Ms. Kaler, any business before we proceed to break? No. All right. Oh yeah, we have to talk about how long. Hey, it's 12:15. How about 45 minutes for consistency? We'll start back up at 1 o'clock.
All right.
Good. All right. Take care. We'll see you.
Thank you. No, we do not.
Okay. Thanks for beginning the recording. Let us pause at appellant's case in chief. I believe, Ms. Kaler, we're going to start with an applicant witness at this time.
Yes, thank you. Before we start with the applicant witness and the rest of the applicant's case, if I'd appreciate having a little bit of a better understanding about what the appellant's last witness, Mr. Russell, is intending to address, so that we can attempt to not put on our witnesses in those subject matter areas before he's able to testify.
That makes good sense.
He is identified in the witness list as speaking to local impacts, history, water, flooding, traffic, and contamination. It's taking those in order. Local impacts, I frankly don't know what that is. It's not a specific item raised in the appeal. History, the impact to historic resources has not been raised in the appeal. Water has been raised to the extent it addresses water supply. Flooding has been excluded, and traffic and contamination obviously have been discussed at some length. So I'm wanting to know which subject matter areas does Mr. Russell intend to address?
Sure, thanks. Ms. Clengen?
Understood. So given the unavailability and given some of the issues that are no longer, that he cannot testify about, flooding, things like that, and the fact that a number of those topics have already been addressed by experts adequately, I do not anticipate calling Mr. Russell.
Okay, so we don't plan to have testimony from Mr. Russell.
Not at the time.
Well, that changes the conversation then. Before we move on, if this concludes the appellant's case in chief, I believe we should talk about exhibits. Several exhibits have been expressly admitted and some have been expressly dismissed or stricken and others have not been addressed. So I'd like to go through those at this time. Obviously the appeal and the draft impact statement are admitted. In fact, the DEIS is in the record twice. Just for the sake of working from the consistent list, the city prepared a master exhibit list and they put their exhibits first, which would make, if I accept that, draft environmental impact statement C2. We've been calling it C2 through the proceedings, so I'm going to leave it at C2. So we'll strike D2 as a duplicate. Ms. Clengen, that's appropriate? Yes.
Yes.
So we expressly admitted so far. I have admitted S4, S5, S6. I believe we had testimony from Pam Jenkins on S7, and that it was offered and admitted. I also have S8.
Oh,
No, not S8.
sorry, I'm just catching up here, grabbing the list. Okay, so you said S4, S5, S6, correct?
Yes, and S7, I believe Miss Jenkins spoke to.
Yes, she did.
I already had a list for her. I'm scrolling to find my list for her. Shoot. I believe, sorry. I expressly highlighted it and still can't find it. Did Ms. Jenkins speak to S8? Was S8 formally offered?
I believe it was, yes.
I think it was as well. I don't believe we had testimony from any of your witnesses addressing S9, did we?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, we did have testimony. I know we had testimony about S11, 12, and 13, and I believe those have been expressly admitted. I don't remember if we addressed S10 and S14 without scrolling. Do you?
I believe we did for 10.
I can't believe I can't.
And 15.
Hold on. Sorry, I can't believe I can't find it easily because I expressly highlighted it for convenience. Just 1 second, please. Okay.
Ms. Examiner, I would agree. I believe we have addressed S10 and those other items that were.
That's true. I do remember now for sure we discussed S10 and it was addressed. 11, 12, 13, and 14, and of course 15 is her CV. So there's no objections to that. I believe Mr. Norris's resume was offered and is admitted. With regard to Exhibit 17, I don't believe we need that because Mr. Matthew didn't speak. So I think we should strike 17. Obviously, 18 was admitted. I have taken 19. 19 is in the group of documents we will address next. I did expressly strike 20. I don't believe Mr. Norris spoke to Exhibit S21, did I? I don't know. And Mr. Seidels isn't here, and it was his witness, but
Not so. I don't think I can confirm that right now.
all right. I will set that one aside as well for the moment. We did not have any testimony expressly regarding S25, and that was a document that was moved to be stricken, and I had reserved it pending relevant testimony because we didn't have testimony. I believe I'm going to strike S25 absent argument. I don't know if you are intending to argue that, Ms. Clengen.
For the water well reports.
Correct.
I would argue that it would be relevant to potentially the contamination discussion and Dr. Cook's testimony about understanding the hydrology of the site, but I
All
don't.
right. All right. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude and cut you off. I'm just telling you, I'm going to put it in a group that we'll address later. So that right now, so far, that includes S25 and S21 that we're going to talk about later. I don't recall any express testimony about 22, 23, and 24. Are those documents going to be agreed to be stricken by the appellant, Ms. Clengen, or are those documents that are going to be subject to further discussion?
I would have 24 be subject to further discussion just because it was related to the water system plan and that was Mr. Brickland's testimony. So I would ask him to weigh in on that. So
Thank you.
add that category.
Okay, and I don't believe we looked at S22. Am I wrong?
I don't believe we looked at it. I don't know. I want to check if Ms. Jenkins might have referenced it or if it was part of her background context of the contamination site. So I might put that in the to be addressed category as well.
Well, Mr. Surbank didn't strike 23, or actually, I'm not looking at the right list. He did.
Yeah, I did
23
suggest striking
because-
S23 as a duplicate.
because it's elsewhere, and so we will strike S23 because it's already in the record. So 24, 25 are set aside for future discussion. I assume that's also going to apply to, but I don't want to assume. Ask Ms. Clengen, did we? I don't remember testimony about 26 through 30.
Yes, and Ms. Examiner, Courtney Keeler, as I previously indicated, we would be objecting to any witness testimony, to any exhibits that were not addressed in witness testimony.
Right.
I have in the past had these kinds of exhibits show up in unexpected ways in post-hearing briefing, and I don't believe it's appropriate, especially, with some of these old environmental documents when we haven't had any witness to testify as to why they're relevant or what they mean. I don't believe it's appropriate to admit them, and so I would ask that 22, 26 through, any of the ones that were not specifically addressed in testimony, and I think maybe we're up to 29 at this point. I won't go further than that, but anything that wasn't specifically addressed in testimony, I would object to the admission of.
Understood. I was keeping in mind your prior request to strike those documents. What
22
I-
should be included in that list. too,
Yes.
I believe.
Yes, I heard Ms. Kaler to say 22 through 29. Although we've stricken 23. This looks like it's going to get long. I wonder if, and because we don't have Mr. Seidels and Mr. Brickland here, if we should move the housekeeping to the housekeeping section at the end of the hearing. Because I other than that, taking time to go through my notes and reflect, because I believe I have noted everyone that people, so what I will do is I will compile my list of all the documents that I heard testimony to, and we will go through that list at that time. I'm sorry, this was messy. I thought we could address this now, but I clearly don't have my notes prepared for that. So,
Ms. Examiner, and I'm sorry, I was looking at my notes when you were speaking. I heard a brief discussion of S9, but I didn't capture which category that is in. Is that being stricken now or subject to additional discussion?
Just, I have in my notes that S9 was stricken.
at the top, I don't think at the top, I definitely struck 20 and 41 through 43. And I don't recall whether there was testimony on S9 from any witness.
I don't believe there has been.
I don't believe there was any either. I guess, like I said, what I want to do is set this aside, this topic, this conversation aside. I will prepare a list either during a break or at the end of business today, circulate it, and we can address this at the housekeeping before we get to the housekeeping at the end of the hearing. Sorry again for starting something I wasn't prepared to complete. Waste of time, but we did sort of start the conversation. If we are not hearing from Mr. Russell now, that was the appellant's last witness, and so I'm sorry for that. Let's please go ahead with applicant's case.
Thank you, Ms. Examiner. At the risk of too much housekeeping, I did just want to understand what has been admitted, and there's some documents we've been talking about. And so first, if it has not already been admitted, I would move to the admission of the final EIS, which is City Exhibit C1. And for the admission of the draft EIS, which is City Exhibit C2. And I believe we just already talked about C2 being admitted. And then as well, the PCI plan application, which is Exhibit 6 and 6A.
Of C.
Of the
C6 and
C,
6A.
apologies, C6 and 6A.
Others, or shall we talk about them?
Those were just core documents that I believe have been referenced, and I wanted to be sure were admitted. I wasn't sure whether we had admitted them before. Any other exhibits, as we discuss them, we'll ask for their admission.
Okay. Does the appellant have objections to, obviously, we're not objecting to C1 and C2. And I had already admitted the FEIS into the exhibit list for the permit, for the PCI plan portion of the hearings, but it probably makes sense to keep it in the SEPA appeal exhibits. So I'm going to strike it from the other list. We will keep the FEIS as C1 in this list. Obviously, it's admitted. Any objection from the appellants to admission of C6 and C6A?
Those are the PCI application. Is that correct?
That is correct.
No objection to those.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and affirmatively admit those documents. They seem relevant. Although, of course, we're not addressing the PCI plan per se in these proceedings. And then, thank you. If you would, we'll just start at offering and admitting or excluding exhibits as they are referred to testimony.
Thank you. So first, the applicant calls Christopher Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sir, may I ask you to state and spell your name? Just give me the correct title by which I should identify you in the findings, and then allow me to swear you in.
You may. My name is Christopher Wright, CHRISTOPHER I'm the Vice President of Radke Associates, and you can refer to me as Mr. Wright.
Thank you very much. May I ask you to please to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm your testimony will be true? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kaler, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
Can you please briefly summarize your qualifications?
Again, I am the Vice President of Radke Associates. I have 30 years of experience in wetland delineations in the Pacific Northwest. I've done wetland delineation, permitting, mitigation, implementation, mitigation monitoring. I've looked at over 500 different wetland projects in 4 different Western states and 18 different Washington counties. I'm a member of the Society of Wetland Scientists, and I am a certified delineator by the United States Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen here and show you what has been marked Exhibit M6. Can you tell me what this is?
That is my CV resume.
Thank you. I'd like to move for the admission of M6.
I assume no objections to the resume. We will admit it.
Objection.
Did you say no objections? All I heard was the word objection.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All
Tried to
right.
keep it brief. No objection.
Thank you.
Mr. Wright, can you describe your role in this project?
I can. I was involved in the original wetland delineations of the property in 2012. From there, I then participated in the verification of the wetland boundaries, site visits with the United States Army Corps of Engineers, Washington Department of Ecology, and representatives of the city of Snoqualmie for that. I also reviewed and offered input to the preparation of the technical report that was Appendix C to the draft EIS for this project.
Thank you. And in your professional opinion, does the EIS provide a reasonably thorough discussion of the significant aspects of impacts to wetlands and streams?
Yes, it does. It provides a very thorough analysis of the potential impacts to wetlands and streams on the property.
Thank you. And I'll ask you a few questions to elaborate on the basis for that opinion and specifically to respond to some testimony that we heard previously. Before I do that, just so that council and the examiner can follow along in the documents, we're going to be referring to Appendix C to the draft EIS, which is Exhibit C2, as well as briefly to the body of the DIS, again, Exhibit C2, and to the FEIS, Exhibit C1. And so I'm just going to first ask a couple of questions to identify where the analysis with regard to wetlands appears in the documents. And so I'm going to share my screen for that. Mr. Wright, I'm going to ask you primarily about Exhibit C to the DEIS, but before I move to that point, I'm showing you here on the screen the body of the draft EIS, which again is Exhibit C2. And I'm on page, I was on page 154 and then something happened. Hang on, let me get back to where I was before I accidentally clicked. I'm on page PDF page 154 of the draft EIS under the heading Water Resources. Is this the section of the draft EIS that discusses wetlands, among other things?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And then I'm going to turn to the final EIS, and that would be Exhibit C1, the body of the final EIS. And I'm looking at PDF page 163 under the heading 3.5.2. Is this the section of the final EIS that addresses wetlands, among other things?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. And now for the bulk of Mr. Wright's testimony, I'm going to be referring to Exhibit C2 to the draft EIS, just for ease of reference, so we all don't have to flip around amongst different documents. So with that, Mr. Wright, I will start asking you some questions about that exhibit. I'm going to share it again, and I'm going to start out on page 100 of Exhibit C. And can I ask you to, and please let me know if you need me to enlarge the image or do anything else or move to a different page that might be more helpful. I'll try and make it a little bigger right now so that we can all see it. But using this page, can you please describe the wetlands and streams on and near the project site?
I can. we identified 17 distinct separate wetland areas within the overall property on the site. We also identified 8 additional wetlands that are located off-site of the property. However, they are near enough to the property that their buffers could be extended onto the site. And so they were described in the report for wetlands on or in the vicinity of the project area. Additionally, there's the Borscht Lake, which is just off-site, which we did not delineate because we had no access to that property. However, it is identified and an approximation of its boundaries were shown on this drawing. In addition to wetlands, this also shows the streams that were identified on the site, as well as the features that are regulated as jurisdictional ditches by the United States Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you. And I'm going to move to page 106 of this same document. Can you, does this table identify the wetlands that you were just discussing?
This is the table that lists the wetlands that we identified and delineated, their classification under the 2014 wetland rating system, the number of points that they received, the number of habitat points that they received, and the standard buffer required for those under the City of Snoqualmie Code.
Thank you. And were you here for the testimony of Dr. Cook?
I was.
Did you hear her testimony initially that buffers for Borscht Lake and the Snoqualmie River should have been taken into account?
I did hear that. I was somewhat surprised as that our report clearly identifies the location of Borscht Lake. It identifies the classification of that wetland and identifies what the standard setback buffer requirements are under the City of Snoqualmie Code.
Is that shown here on page, it's actually going to be page 106 of Appendix C2 to the draft EIS?
That is correct. In both the wetland and the stream tables that are shown there, Borscht Lake is identified with its appropriate buffer as the first heading in each section of that table.
And is the Snoqualmie River also identified there with a shoreline buffer?
It clearly is, as the last stream under the stream portion of the table is the Snoqualmie River is a class 1 with a 100-foot shoreline jurisdiction under the City of Snoqualmie's code.
Thank you. And then returning to page 100 of the same exhibit, did you hear Dr. Cook express some confusion about the difference between wetlands shown on a 2015 drawing, which we didn't see, and the draft EIS?
I did hear that confusion, and I'm uncertain to where that, certainly unfamiliar with where Dr. Cook acquired the 2015 drawing. The drawing shown is the drawing from 2018, clearly dated there, that was included in our 2020 appendix to the document. I do not believe that there are any differences between those drawings. However, this drawing is the drawing that was submitted as part of the draft EIS.
And did you hear Dr. Cook's comment that the wetland delineations were done in 2012?
I did hear that, while technically correct, that the original delineations on the property were done in 2012, is that through the process in 2013, we began a process with the United States Army Corps of Engineers to verify the boundaries of the wetlands as depicted. That process carried us through all the way until 2017, as the Army Corps and the Department of Ecology both requested additional hydrologic monitoring of the wetlands on the site to determine the extent of the areas that met all the wetland criteria, in addition to numerous soil sample pits, because primarily the western portion of the site lies on fill, and that determining whether or not all 3 wetland parameters were there was an extensive effort, again, that occurred over the course of the winter or the beginning in March of 2014, extending through April of 2015, with subsequent visits in 2017 to finalize the jurisdictional determination of the site. During these visits, all of the wetlands were revisited with representatives of the agencies, and the boundaries of the wetlands were verified to be as depicted on the drawings.
Thank you. Did you hear Dr. Cook's comment that the Corps' jurisdictional determination has expired?
I heard that as well. Again, that's an incorrect statement. The Corps issued their jurisdictional determination for the property on May 3 of 2017, and states clearly in that that is valid for 5 years. The verification is still valid until May 3 of 2022. We are also currently in the process of collecting the data necessary to request an extension to that verification of the wetland boundaries on the property.
And looking at exhibit, page 100 of the same exhibit we've been looking at, in the notes, does it indicate that the approved jurisdictional determination is dated May 3rd, 2017, as you've just testified?
It does.
Thank you. I am going to turn again to the table at page 106 of this document that we were just looking at, and ask you to please describe the ratings and buffers for the wetlands and streams that are on the site. And I don't need you to go one by one here, but if you could just generally describe the process that you used to rate these and what is shown here in this exhibit.
Sure. Again, 17 wetlands were identified on the site, an additional 8 were off-site. All of those wetlands were evaluated using the Washington Department of Ecology Wetland Rating System for Western Washington 2014, as is required under the city of Snoqualmie, in fact, as required under state law for all wetlands. The ratings are based on the scores done by filling out the 8-page questionnaire about each wetland. Those scores for each wetland were reported in this table, as well as the habitat score for each one of those wetlands as under City of Snoqualmie Code in effect at the time that this was written, which I believe is the 2018 City of Snoqualmie Code. Buffers are predicated on the habitat score for each of the wetlands. So based on those scores from the 2014 wetland rating system, a standard City of Snoqualmie buffer was attached to each of the identified wetlands and to the streams, although the stream typing is different than the wetland rating, but is still very similar to the stream type, results in a codified buffer requirement under City of Snoqualmie Code, which was also reported in this same table.
Thank you. And just scrolling down, the stream buffers and ratings you discussed are on page 107, PDF page 107 of the same document, correct?
That's correct.
And so following up on that, did you hear Dr. Cook's testimony that the rating system used was outdated, and specifically that the EIS used the city's pre-2014 rating system?
I did hear that testimony. Again, the original delineations for the site were conducted in 2012. At that time, the 2014 rating system did not exist. And so the wetlands at that point were evaluated using the rating system in effect at that time. However, for the purposes of the draft EIS, the wetlands were reevaluated using the rating system in effect at the time of the publication of this document.
Thank you. And did you hear Dr. Cook's testimony that the project, and specifically planning area 1 of the project, will impact 5.7 acres of wetland?
I did hear that.
And can you respond?
The proposal as presented will impact no wetlands, have any direct impact on any wetlands or streams or jurisdictional ditches within planning area 1. The proposal
you.
was, yeah, the proposal was designed to specifically avoid direct impacts to wetlands, streams, and the jurisdictional areas on the site.
So I am now showing you page 104 of the same exhibit that we've been looking at. And so if planning area 1 won't fill wetlands, can you please describe what the impacts are of planning area 1 that relates to wetlands or streams?
I can. Is that, as you can see on this figure, is that the proposal calls for some impact to wetland buffers. These would be the prescribed buffer widths under the City of Snoqualmie Code that are listed in the table that we were looking at a little while ago. Under this particular proposal is that there would be slightly over 4 acres of impact to wetland buffer associated with wetlands 12 and with wetland 28. As compensation for those impacts to those buffers is that we are proposing to offer 5 acres of compensatory buffer to replace the lost buffer, thus resulting in an overall net gain in wetland buffer on the project site in the phase 1 area as a result of the proposal.
And so I'm going to turn to the next page in this exhibit. Does this depict the additional buffer you were discussing?
This does. This depicts not only the additional buffer that would be provided beyond that is in the standard buffer setback, but it also identifies the current existing buffer that would be enhanced to provide greater buffer function than occurs on the site currently. Please understand that this portion of the site has been historically used as a log decking yard, and as such was subject to regular and complete disruption of all vegetation on the site in order to store logs. And even under the current condition is that the buffers are severely degraded and largely unvegetated. This proposal would provide dense native vegetation within the buffers, as well as providing expanded buffer areas with native plantings.
Thank you. And is there, can you discuss what is proposed with regard to the road fronting the site?
Oh, the old mill road would be, in fact, realigned onto the site to provide additional buffer, at least additional distance between the road and the Snoqualmie River there on the southwestern portion of the site. In addition to that realignment of the road to move it away from the river is that the buffer, the area between the new road and the river would be restored again, much in the same way as the existing buffers on the site would, with additional native plantings in order to enhance and improve the existing buffer function to provide better protection to the river as a result of the project.
And as part of this, mitigation proposal, do the enhanced buffer restoration areas integrate in with other open space in the plan overall?
Yes, they would. In fact, they would. The buffer plan calls for extension of buffer into the southern and westernmost portions of the phase 3 planning area, as well as into the throughout the entire site, providing an interconnected corridor of natural habitat that would connect the river to off-site habitats to the north and to the east of the project site.
Thank you. And I think I'm going to I know that we have an overall site plan here, so I want to see if I can find a sheet that shows that for you to describe. Do you know if there's a good
Yeah.
sheet for me to look at?
Yeah. It's figure 9.
Thank you.
There you go.
I'm sorry.
So
Oh, okay, yeah, great. Okay. Can you describe what's shown here in relation to what you just testified to?
again, figure 9 depicts all of the delineated wetlands, all of the streams, and the jurisdictional ditches that were identified on the site. Those are depicted in a dark green color on the map here. The lighter green colors are the enhanced, restored, and expanded buffers that would be provided from all of the wetlands, streams, and jurisdictional areas on the site. As you can see that there is a interconnection of these habitats from west to east across the site, both along the southern boundary and along the northern boundary, and of course from north to south through the central portion of the site, connecting existing habitats to the north and south of the project area.
And the proposed modifications to Mill Pond Road, do those provide any, well, actually, I think we'll have, well, do those provide any connection to the Snoqualmie River?
Again, there would be buffer enhancements and restoration on the river side of the new roadway, which would enhance and improve habitat within the area. Again, the habitat would be disconnected from the other habitat by the roadway. However, it does provide habitat between the river and the road for wildlife that seeks to use that type of habitat.
Thank you. And I just wanted to follow up and so for the record, before I move off this page, this is page 101 of the exhibit that we've been discussing. Returning to page 104, the proposed buffer impacts are these impacts something that the applicant is seeking a deviation from code to allow?
That is correct, is that these are not standard buffer widths, prescriptive buffers as offered within the code. However, the code does allow for innovative design when the habitat improvements can be shown to be beneficial to the aquatic resources, wetlands, streams, as well as to wildlife habitat. Because application of standard buffers on the features on this site would actually result in discontinuous buffer areas on the site. It is our belief that by connecting all of the habitats together is that we're providing a greater level of function than would be provided by providing the standard buffers.
And the explanation of the mitigation provided that you've just discussed using these figures, is there a narrative discussion of that as well earlier on in this report?
Yes, there is. There's an extensive discussion of how it fits within the city's code and what buffer enhancements and improvements could be expected as a result of this. Again, understanding that application of standard buffer widths does not require any enhancement to those buffers on the site. And as we've described previously, the buffers are degraded. The buffers are largely non-functional under their current condition. And were we to just apply standard buffer widths, there is no requirement to do any enhancements to those areas. They would remain degraded and of low function.
Thank you. And so did you hear Mr. Derdowski's testimony earlier today that the EIS does not discuss the deviations?
I heard that discussion as well.
And is that accurate, particularly with regard to the deviation being requested for the wetland buffer modification?
It is not accurate. There is an extensive discussion within this document of the deviations requested, the rationale for them, as well as an explanation that this would require approval by City Council. That is not something that is just de facto granted.
Thank you. Turning back to Dr. Cook's testimony, did you hear Dr. Cook's testimony that there was either no hydrologic modeling or inadequate hydrologic modeling, and that the wetlands might dry up as a result of development in planning area 1?
I did hear that conversation.
And I'm gonna flip to, let's see, exhibit, looking for the exhibit that will show the, well, maybe we can just stick with the exhibit that we were on, page 105. Can you respond to that?
I
testimony?
can. All of the wetlands within the phase 1 planning area were evaluated. Goldsmith Engineering followed the King County Surface Water Design Manual requirements for determining the volume of water and the timing of water that's available to the wetlands, both in the pre-development and in the proposed post-development condition. The results of that analysis indicate that there will be adequate volumes of water available to wetland 12 and to wetland 28, so as that they fall within the criteria described by the King County Surface Water Design Manual, which relies on the guidance of the Department of Ecology for modeling of hydrologic influences to wetlands to determine whether or not there could be indirect impacts resulting from those changes in hydrology. The results of that modeling is depicted in Appendix C of Appendix C of the draft EIS. Again, you could probably scroll down through all of the rest of this as well as Appendixes A and B to get to those drawings, but they are the graphs depicting the pre-development and the post-development hydrologic conditions within the wetlands on the site. Again, they all fall within the criteria to determine that no significant impact to the hydrology of the wetlands would occur as a result of this proposal.
Thank you. And for the examiner's benefit, can you please describe, and I will move the cursor as you do, where wetland 12 is?
Wetland 12 begins you're very near to it with your cursor there. The green area along the top, it starts pretty much at the end of that. It extends easterly along the Hall Road as a series of ditches that then get to the entrance road there. It then extends south along the west side of that entry road, continues to extend south all the way to, there's actually an area that's labeled wetland 12 right there. And then that then proceeds further to the east. Again, wetland 12 is the most extensive wetland on the development portions of the property. Again, there's a wetland 11 that is north of the Hall Road that isn't considered to be part of the overall, it's within the property, but will not be affected in any way by this development. Again, wetland 12 is a series of interconnected ditches that are deeply excavated, steeply sloped sides to them, and that are likely provided hydrology by intercepting the shallow groundwater table on the site. Eventually, wetland 12 does discharge to stream 2, which then discharges to Borst Lake in the southern portion of the property in the phase 3 area.
Can you tell us where wetland 28 is?
Wetland 28 is where you have the cursor right now. Wetland 28 is a depressional area that developed on top of the fill in the old log decking yard. This area has sufficient hydrology and has established vegetation since the cessation of use of the site as a decking yard to be considered a regulatory wetland by the United States Army Corps of Engineers. Again, it is a depression that is perched on top of the existing fill, has no connection to the groundwater table in the vicinity, and that, again, as we showed on the other maps, there's a series of what the Army Corps of Engineers considers to be jurisdictional ditches. These ditches were likely excavated by the mill owners at the time in order to drain these areas to keep water away from their logs. The purpose of decking the logs was to let them dry out before sending them into the mill. So they didn't want the logs to get wet by sitting in water. So the ponded areas were manipulated in such a way as to limit the extent of ponding and to drain water away. Water flows out of the south end of wetland 28 east through the jurisdictional ditch into wetland 29, which then outlets to wetland 12.
Thank you. And so to recap, the hydrologic modeling was performed for wetland 12 and for wetland 28.
That's correct. No modeling was done for wetland 29, as that its primary source of hydrology is in fact wetland 28. And since the modeling showed that there was no deleterious impact to the hydrology in wetland 28, the presumption was made that wetland 29 would be the same, as that its hydrologic source is wetland 28. Again, a perched depression on top of fill, no connection to the regional groundwater.
And was hydrologic modeling performed on wetlands within planning areas 2 and 3?
Hydrologic modeling was not conducted for the wetlands in phases 2 and 3. The modeling requires that you compare and contrast the pre-development condition with a post-development condition, and that there is not enough information at this point to know specifically how the hydrology could change in those areas. However, we felt that this was adequate for the purposes of this EIS, as that planning area 1 has the largest conversion of pervious surface to impervious surface proposed. Most of planning areas 2 and 3 are currently primarily pervious surfaces, that is, areas that water runs off of. If the decisions and proposal made in planning area 1 could in fact still maintain adequate hydrology to the wetlands post-development, it was felt that the planning areas that would have less decrease in impervious surfaces would be able to meet the same criteria.
And is that modeling required prior to any actual development of planning areas 2 and 3?
Yes, it would be required again, as well as a reevaluation of the extent of the wetland boundaries within the area.
Thank you. So I'm going to turn to page 100, I believe, which shows the entire site. This is that exhibit we were looking at earlier, and ask you what work have you performed in planning areas 2 and 3?
Again, I conducted all of the wetland delineations across the entirety of the property. All of the areas marked in green, marked in blue in both planning areas 2 and 3 were visited by myself in order to determine the boundaries of the jurisdictional areas, to collect data, and to bring the regulatory agencies to, in order for them to make a determination of the accuracy of the work performed.
Thank you. Did you hear Dr. Cook's testimony that development of planning areas 2 and 3 would probably require wetland fill?
I heard that as well.
And can you respond?
Again, if we use the other exhibit, figure 9, which I believe is the next one down on here, we currently depicting the appropriate setbacks and buffers from the wetlands, jurisdictional ditches, and streams located within that area. Again, this area would have to be reevaluated at the time that a specific development agreement was brought in to these areas, but it clearly shows that development could occur with little or no impact to any wetlands, wetland buffers, streams, or the required setbacks within planning areas 2 and 3.
Thank you. Did you hear Dr. Cook's testimony that the Army Corps of Engineers would consider the project to be piecemeal?
I heard that as well.
And can you respond to that?
Again, within the Army Corps of Engineers, piecemealing is the term that they use for phasing. And that in terms of phasing, you can't say that within a phase one, you're going to fill this much wetland and then move on and require another permit for additional impacts within future phases of the project. The project needs to be considered one complete project. Single and complete project is the term that they use in terms of determining the need for an Army Corps of Engineers permit. For this project, Planning Area 1 proposes no impact that would require a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers permit for any impacts on the site. So were there to be proposed impacts in Planning Area 2 or 3, it would not be piecemealing, as that there are no impacts and thus no core permit required for Planning Area 1, and that any impacts in the future would be their own standalone permit and not as part of the single and complete project.
Thank you. And did you hear Dr. Cook's testimony regarding the potential impacts of contamination on wetlands?
I did. I heard that discussion as well.
And to the extent that it's within your area of expertise, can you please respond?
I can. The nature again of the wetlands on this site this site was used as a sawmill for over 100 years, or nearly 100 years, and that the wetlands on the site are degraded. The wetland buffers are degraded. Potentially contaminants, I suppose, could play a role in that, but mostly they are because of ongoing activities on the site. That is the movement of logs, the movement of dimensioned lumber, all of that is that the site was used as an industrial site, and that the degraded nature of the wetlands is more a feature of the use of the site and the lack of desire to have vegetated areas and to maximize the amount of storage space, the amount of movement area that they had on the property. So I cannot say that the degraded nature of the wetlands has any direct relationship to any potential contamination on the site.
And in terms of potential impacts from contamination during construction, the contamination issues will be addressed by a different witness, correct?
That is correct.
Just assuming that contaminants would not be released during construction, in that case, would there be impacts to wetlands?
I see no proposal to impact any wetlands, streams, or jurisdictional areas as part of this proposal.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Then it would be time for cross-examination, and I'm going to propose we stay in the same order. So applicant, city appellant, and then redirect. Will it be Mr. Sturbank for the city for this witness? Ms. Astrachan.
I'm sorry, I took a moment there. The city does not have any cross-examination of this witness.
Great. Let's check in with the appellants then. Ms. Clengen, do you have cross-examination for this witness?
There's a lot to go through there. I will, let me just check in here.
Great.
Can I just take a few minutes to organize my notes?
Yeah, do you mind? That's a 4-minute break would be good for me too, if you folks don't mind. So we'll come back at 2 o'clock. Is that all right? We'll do that. We'll pause the recording. We'll come back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you for beginning the recording. We're back from a quick break. And we were going to have appellant cross-examination of the applicant's first witness.
Apologies. Okay. My notes are a little all over the place, so apologies. Okay, I guess just my first question, was it Mr. Wright? Was that?
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Wright. You mentioned that the EIS discusses the environmental impact of the proposed wetland deviations. Could you just show me where or direct me to where that is in the FEIS?
Again, within the appendix to the draft EIS, there's an extensive conversation about what the deviations requested are and what would be included. I cannot tell you what section of the FEIS that was in. I believe all we did was responded to comments on the draft EIS as the part of the final EIS.
Okay, so it's not in the body of the FEIS. It's in an appendix. Is that correct?
It's discussed within Appendix C to the draft EIS.
Okay. All right. And then I just wanted to clarify, there was a discussion of the Army Corps of Engineer jurisdictional wetland determination. And I just want to verify on that. Okay, and so I'm gonna share my screen. This is Appendix C of the draft EIS. So is this the letter that you were referring to?
Let me just ask you if you could enlarge this size. Can you increase the size so that we can see it better? Perfect.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thanks for doing that. And is this, you're showing us a document that's in the body of Appendix C of the draft EIS?
Yes, so this is Appendix C, yes.
Do you know the PDF page number?
One moment, the little share screen goes right over the section where it shows me the page in the document. So I'm gonna have to stop sharing quickly and then I'll share it again. It's page 120.
Thank you.
Page 120 of Appendix C of the draft EIS.
Great, yep, I see that.
Okay, great, there we go. So this was the jurisdictional determination? I just want to be clear.
I really can't tell from what I can see on the screen here. If you could scroll up to the top.
There we go.
There you go. Yes, this is the letter from the Army Corps that is included as Appendix B to Appendix C.
Okay. Okay, and this is where it discusses, so the letter and attached jurisdictional determination dated, the forms are dated March 25th, 2017.
But it says March 23rd.
Or March 23rd, sorry. Yes, March 23rd, 2017.
Yes.
And then the
if you stop and go back to the further up in that letter, I believe it states that this verification is good for 5 years. There you go. This approval jurisdictional is valid for a period of 5 years from the date of this letter, unless new information warrants revisions to the termination. Last paragraph, first page, first sentence.
Okay, and so we're saying that this was the date of the letter that it was sent or received? Do we know from that?
That's the date that the Army Corps of Engineers sent the letter.
Sent the letter. Okay, not received. Okay, but the report was completed and approved for jurisdictional determination on March 25th, 2017, correct? On this page?
23 March 2017, that's correct.
Okay, all right, I just want to be there. Okay. I believe that's where that discrepancy was. Okay, and then you mentioned that you didn't delineate Borst Lake. And I believe it was you didn't have access to the property. Is that correct?
That's correct. The property is not owned by the proponent of this. We're not granted access or right of entry to that property.
Okay, and did you request access?
We generally don't request access to off-site properties as
Okay.
part of our work.
Okay,
We do our work by observing what we can from existing public right-of-way or from the project site itself.
I see. And there was discussion about, at one point, the proposed impacts. Check. Regarding the wetland hydrology, for understanding the wetland hydrology, you mentioned Goldsmith and King County surface water design. And I just want to get an understanding of how much of your analysis was it based on surface water versus, and did that also include groundwater as well?
The analysis as required under the King County Surface Water Design Manual considers both surface and groundwater. Believe that this subject would probably best be handled by the engineer who actually did the modeling of that, Keith Goldsmith.
Okay. And do we have any of the data on the wetland delineations for this site? Could you direct me to where that is?
Within our report, we included some of the data forms for that, as well as in the data forms were submitted to the Army Corps of Engineers as part of the overall request for verification of the site.
So when we say the data, is this referring to pages 13 through 16? Let's see here, find the end. It looks like pages 113 through 118 of Appendix C of the draft EIS. Is that the extent of the data for the wetland delineations for Planning Area 1?
No, those data forms represent the data that was collected as a subsequent request from the Army Corps of Engineers after our 2015 site investigations. You'll note that those data forms are all dated 2017. The
Yes.
remainder of the data forms are included within a separate document that was submitted to the Army Corps of Engineers for the purposes of the jurisdictional determination.
Okay, but are they included anywhere in this EIS?
I do not believe they are,
Okay.
except by reference within the Appendix C, which references the document that contains all of those data forms.
Okay. Okay. So I want to go to, it'll be the main body of the FEIS. It is page 3-26, and I believe it is PDF. Oh, hold on one second. 3-26. Yes, 3-26 of the FEIS. I just want to get an understanding of the hydrologic modeling that was done in relation to the wetlands. Okay, I'm going to share my screen here. Are you able to, do you see the,
I do.
okay, great. So there's a response here where it says the relationship between groundwater and 25 delineated wetlands was identified in the draft EIS. This appendix identified elevation relative to on-site monitoring well EB4.
Excuse me.
Was this monitoring well the main source of information for the hydrology for these 25 wetlands?
That question would most appropriately be directed to the group that did the hydrologic monitoring of that well. That would either be AESI or the modelers that use that information within the hydrologic model of the site, which would be Goldsmith.
Okay, but did
And-
you?
And I will object to the question or further questions along these lines on the grounds that it's outside the scope of direct.
So the applicant will be offering testimony from Mr. Goldsmith.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand to what extent the wetland impacts and your determinations are based on any of the hydrologic modeling for the source and the interaction between the wetlands. So apologies. Okay. And could you elaborate a little bit on, you mentioned pre-development versus post-development and monitoring and understanding the wetlands. Could you walk me through if there has been pre-development monitoring in the wetlands in phase 1 and any of the wetlands that are immediately adjacent to that site?
Again, as I testified to, is that in effort to get the jurisdictional determination from the Army Corps of Engineers is that extensive hydrologic monitoring of the wetlands was conducted from February, March of 2014 through April of 2015. In addition, other observations were made after that into 2017 to inform the extent of hydrology within the wetlands on the site.
Okay. Just to confirm, we don't have that data as part of this EIS. Is that accurate?
Again, that information is submitted to the Army Corps of Engineers as part of the jurisdictional determination for the site.
Okay.
So I just want to confirm, Mr. Wright, that means it's not in this record.
I do not know. We did not include that information within our document. I do not know if the hydrology section of the report contains that data or not.
Thank you.
And I just want to, I feel like at the beginning of the testimony, you mentioned something called a certified delineator at the Corps of Engineers. I'm not familiar with that. Could you elaborate on who or what that is?
Yes, in the mid 1990s, the United States Army Corps of Engineers offered a program by which they would evaluate and test wetland delineators to determine if they were suitable for receiving a label of certified delineator by the United States Army Corps of Engineers. I participated in and received that certification from the United States Army Corps of Engineers.
Okay. All right, and there was some discussion of various ditches versus jurisdictional ditches, and I'd just like to get a better understanding of where those are located in the FEIS and how that's, if that's changed at all from the draft EIS to the FEIS. So let's go here. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen here. It is Draft EIS Appendix C, PDF page 100. Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
I can.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so there appear to be a number of ditches here. Just want to understand these. So at least in planning area 1, this ditch to end, would this be this is a jurisdictional ditch?
That is correct. If you'll see the legend on the right-hand side, those areas in blue are jurisdictional ditches.
Okay. And then what are the ones that are here? There's a ditch 30, but I don't see that same blue. So is that a non-jurisdictional ditch?
No, it's also the blue. If you'll see, it's just that the line weight is much smaller there. Any of the ditches that are labeled as ditch on here are jurisdictional ditches.
Okay. Okay, and is it your position that this planning or this development on planning area 1 will not impact any of these jurisdictional ditches?
That is correct.
And have your knowledge, has any of the location of the ditches or wetlands changed between your previous delineations that you mentioned back in 2015 versus after the jurisdictional determinations in 2017?
I have no knowledge of any changes to any of the ditches, wetlands, streams on the property.
Okay, so in your opinion, nothing has changed from 20, what was it? I think you mentioned started in 2012. So
Again, the final visit to the site with regulatory agencies was on December 1, 2017, in order to verify the location and extent of jurisdictional features on the site.
Okay, so are you saying that nothing has changed from 2017 to now?
I'm saying that the map that we presented within the drawing represents the extent of the jurisdictional wetlands, the jurisdictional ditches, the streams on the site as verified by the United States Army Corps of Engineers and is valid for 5 years from the date of that letter. So these extent of these is what is considered to be jurisdictional by the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the Washington Department of Ecology, and the city of Snoqualmie.
Okay. And then I just want to confirm about some of the buffer requirements. that were discussed. I believe you mentioned for Borst Lake and Snoqualmie River, what was it 100 feet, 100-foot buffer?
City code requires a 100-foot shoreline setback from the river and from the portion of Borst Lake that is considered to be part of the river, a stream, if you will. The wetland buffer from Borst Lake is a 225-foot buffer. Both of those are depicted in the table that was presented.
They were in the table. Are they depicted on the maps?
Again, I don't know that we depicted the buffers on every wetland on a map. We provided a table of the extent of buffer, the standard buffer widths.
So you mentioned that there was that the wetlands are degraded on the site. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. And that there's going to be a buffer enhancement, or what part of the wetland is being enhanced? Is it the wetland itself or the buffer?
Wetland buffers would be enhanced.
Okay. And is there a reason that it would be enhancing the wetland buffer as opposed to the wetland itself if the wetland is degraded?
Any work within the wetlands requires the acquisition of permits from the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the Washington Department of Ecology, and the city of Snoqualmie. It is felt that the acquisition of those permits is beyond what the proponent proposes to do on this project, and that buffer mitigation should be adequate to help the wetlands function at a higher level than they currently do.
One moment. Okay. Does the EIS or the appendix, or I guess it would be the draft EIS, FEIS, or the appendix C to the DEIS, does it describe the impacts that would occur if the deviations were not approved?
No.
Apologies, I'm just trying to make sure I go through all of this. And could you just direct me to you mentioned the delineation for the wetlands, and what year were those delineations performed?
The delineation work was done in 2012. Again, it was reevaluated in 2013, 2014, 2015, and 2017 in accompaniment of the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the Washington Department of Ecology, and the city of Snoqualmie.
And the delineation forms.
Part of the delineation report submitted to the United States Army Corps of Engineers as part of the verification of the delineation packet.
Okay. So is it based on this? This is your analysis focuses heavily on planning area 1, and you stated, am I accurate that you did delineations, or you investigated areas 2 and 3, but there are no delineations? Or could you just run me through what has been done in planning areas 2 and 3?
If you'd like to look at page 100 again of the draft EIS.
Of the draft EIS, not the FEIS?
The appendix C to the draft EIS.
Okay. Okay, and so were those delineations or reconnaissance, or what level of investigation to delineate those wetlands?
All of the wetlands depicted on that were delineated wetlands as approved by the United States Army Corps of Engineers. Those occur within planning areas 1, 2, and 3, as well as off-site to the east of the project site. Those are all delineated wetland boundaries approved by the Army Corps of Engineers.
And does any of your analysis look at the environmental impacts of the proposed development on planning areas 2 and 3?
Again, there's no proposed actions within planning areas 2 and 3 at this point, so there was no potential impacts to be analyzed.
Okay. For planning area, I'm gonna refer to a section of the FEIS, just a summary of what we know is going to occur in planning areas 2 and 3. So I just want to confirm your understanding of what may or may not, or what is likely to occur on planning areas 2 and 3 based on the information provided in the EIS. So is it correct that, is it your understanding that in planning areas 2, there will be, and this is on page 27, PDF 27, page 15 of the FEIS. We've got 400,000 square feet of warehouse or manufacturing, and I can share my screen if that's helpful.
That would be great. I don't have access to that document.
Okay, yeah. So for we have here planning area 1. So for planning area 2, 400,000 square feet of warehouse and manufacturing. And then in planning area 3, got 25,000 square feet retail or restaurant, 800,000 square feet office or campus, for a total of 825,000 square feet. So would it be accurate to say we know there's certain types of uses and square footage being proposed in planning areas 2 and 3?
Yes, we're aware of what they have outlined as potential uses within 2 and 3.
Okay.
And can I just make a record clarification? In my copy of the PDF of the FEIS, this is PDF packet page 20, not 27. So I don't want to clarify that discrepancy. I just want to note for the record, this is the page with a table that's limited, that's identified as exhibit 1.4-1 for the record. I don't know why the page numbers are different.
Oh, I think my PDF viewer was just slow as I was scrolling. You are accurate. It was 20.
Okay, good. That was a little concerning. Okay.
Just took a minute to update.
Sure. It was the same table though. I was confident it was the same table.
Yes. Okay. And is it your understanding that, or and are you aware that the FEIS and the documents have outlined the presence of contamination in planning areas 2 and 3?
Yes.
Okay. And could disturbance of contaminated soils, is it likely that disturbance of contaminated soils would impact wetlands on the site?
I'm gonna object. I believe this witness testified that he's relying on another witness to address contamination.
Okay.
Yeah, if we could, and the witness will be Ms. Kaler.
The witness will be Cliff Schmidt from Farallon.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So I understand that Mr. Schmidt will be testifying to the contamination piece, but did the contamination on the site play any role in your analysis of the wetlands and the impacts to the wetlands?
Again, within planning area 2, we did 2 and 3, we did not analyze any proposed impacts, nor are there any impacts proposed anywhere within planning area 1 to the wetlands. So no, we did not consider contamination as part of the impacts to the wetlands, as no impacts to wetlands are proposed as part of this project.
Okay. And are you assuming that there is no contamination in planning area 1?
Again, I'm not the contamination expert. You'll have to ask them that question.
Okay. Okay, all right. Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you redirect Ms. Kaler?
Yes. Hello again, Mr. Wright. I just have a couple quick follow-up questions for you. First, I'm going to share my screen. There we go, sharing my screen, and I am showing you the final EIS. And this is PDF page 163. Ms. Clengen asked you if the environmental impact of the wetland deviations were addressed in the final EIS. I believe at that time you couldn't call to memory a specific page from the final EIS, so I'd like to direct your attention to this page and ask you if it's discussed, and specifically, let's see here. I would like to draw your attention to approximately midway through the first paragraph under the heading response on this page 163 that discusses provisions of the code that allow for flexibility in development standards, provided that the deviation from strict application from the standards, et cetera. And then it goes on to discuss that topic in relation to wetlands. Is this a location within the final EIS where that deviation discussion is identified?
That's exactly where it is, beginning with the sentence beginning, the PCI plan proposes to implement buffer management, and continuing down through the majority of that paragraph.
Thank you. Ms. Clengen asked you about data relating to the jurisdictional determination, whether it was in the EIS. And I believe it was specifically data regarding hydrologic modeling. Is the purpose of that hydrologic modeling to enable the Corps of Engineers to determine whether there's wetland hydrology that would qualify an area as a wetland?
Again, our data is not for modeling, it is monitoring data. And that monitoring data was to determine if the hydrology was sufficient to meet the wetland hydrology criteria necessary for areas to be considered jurisdictional wetlands.
Thank you. Apologies. I believe I misspoke there and said modeling instead of monitoring. The Corps' issuance of the jurisdictional determination, does that indicate the Corps' acceptance of that monitoring data for its intended purpose?
That's what that indicates exactly, is that not only the hydrologic data, but also the soil data and the vegetation data. In order for an area to be considered a jurisdictional wetland, it must meet 3 criteria: prevalence of hydrophytic vegetation, presence of hydric soils, and adequate hydrology to support the hydrophytic vegetation community.
Thank you.
So, yeah, acceptance of issuance of a jurisdictional determination on the site indicates that the Corps has accepted the data and that believes that the data to be complete and accurate.
Thank you. Going through my notes here. So there was some discussion regarding planning areas 2 and 3. I'm once again going to share my screen. This is not the page that I want to be on though. So let me find the correct page, which is 101. And Ms. Clengen asked you about a table that identifies the amount of square feet of different uses that are anticipated for planning area 2, I believe is specifically what she drew your attention to. Does that table indicate where within planning area 2 those square feet of development will go?
It does not.
And looking at Appendix C2 of the draft EIS on page 101, can you describe, is there area within planning area 2 and 3 that could be developed without impacting wetlands or buffers?
Yes, in fact, most of the areas depicted in white in planning area 2 and planning area 3 could be developed without having any direct impact to wetlands.
Thank you. And at this time, is there any specific impact to wetlands in planning area 2 and 3 proposed?
None that I am aware of.
Those are all my additional questions. Thank you.
Ms. Clenchen, did you have a follow-up?
Just a couple minor ones. Just I want a clarification. So previously there was discussion of, you mentioned updated data. And where is that updated data in the EIS?
I'm not certain that we discussed updated data in my redirect.
Data regarding the Army Corps.
Right, that's the nature of the objection, Ms. Kaler, is that this recross is not following the content of redirect, and that Ms. Kaler's objecting to your not having asked this question earlier, in other words. So if we are following technical rules, we would exclude any current new cross-examination questions.
Apologies, I thought it was related to some of the discussion of the data for the Army Corps of Engineers.
Can you relate it to that?
Let me find my notes. So Ms. Kaler, I believe she said something about data relating to the jurisdictional determination in the EIS, specifically data regarding hydrologic modeling for the purpose of the Corps of Engineers. I'm looking for some clarification on where that data is.
And just to confirm, the conversation they had was, she said modeling, she misspoke, she meant monitoring, and that was confirmed in the testimony.
Okay.
I think Mr. Wright answered that question. I don't know if he minds answering it again, that data.
Again, that data was